Good morning, everyone. Today is Wednesday, January 15th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of January 2025. And actually, this is the first meeting of the 70th anniversary of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Before we get started, I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones so we don't have any disruptions during the meeting. And may I ask that you all please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with Nevada's open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, then we will be covering all of our items noted on our January agenda. Madam Secretary, let's proceed first with our public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Yes, good morning. My name is Margaret Ann Coleman, and I reside here in Las Vegas, Nevada, trying to earn my way of receiving workman's compensation. I have been on the gaming establishment as a change person working and also a security change person working. I got injured on the job and it made me associated with the policy in order to receive workman's compensation. And as you know, I have been public comments sent by the Board of Commissioners to come here because they're out of order and in violation of non-payment of a court order A-204-984 that gives me the right to receive my workman's comp and my pension, whereas they only created identity theft and also put my life at a threat by putting me into the streets by this gentleman here, Duxie Nail, that put locks on doors and make homeless people. To put his picture up on the scanner, that is him. Association with my home, whereas he took it and put these door locks. Creating homelessness and throwing me into the streets, creating this problem of me at the shelter called the Courtyard, whereas there's 100 and 500 people that is suffering, and they put my $3 million and my $8 million that was received by Bill Young of the $8 million that built the substation, whereas I was supposed to receive that, and I gave him instructions for that. $3 million was my workman's compensation. My pension was supposed to have been given to me by the culinary that refused to deal with a job that she was supposed to give me that pension. She created a conspiracy of a neighborhood overthrow and creating Dusty that has been pointed to take my life as well as my children, whereas I have never seen them after this episode of kicking us into the streets and making us all homeless. My daughter with no shoes and booty shorts, me outside thrown in a wheelchair with no shoes and identification. The Board of Commissioners and them only created a mess in order for me to receive my workman's comp of $3 million, 1% stock that was owned by the Golden Nugget Casino. Now I'm dealing with you due to the fact you sent Gibson with $500,000 to take the seat as a commissioner to give me my $3 million on my workman's comp. They played no role of correction, only of confusion and throwing me into the streets and to the courtyard to sleep there and only pay and use my $3 million to hire security officers. I was a security at the Golden Nugget as a worker, as a change person, because I had to be also on the floor as securing the public. What I'm saying to you is I'm here to the fact to issue out that I'm being violated, and I would like you to control the Board of Commissioners and them getting on track and stop paying the police officers not to help me. I can't even, Dusty have put me into the computer of eviction notices where I can't even go to a weekly and get a place to stay. Whereas I got to go to the shelter that they put Bosco in my home to rent it out. I did not put my house on the sale, 1316 Wizard, but they're playing this role of manipulation. I need your
Okay.
help in time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment, please step forward.
Honorable members of Nevada Gaming Control Board, my name is Robert Kingston, president of Bob Kingston Productions, Inc., and I'm here to oppose licensure of Mr. Brandon Hamika, sole member, 777 Gaming LLC, DBA 777 Gaming and Spirits, under the restricted license agenda item number 1 today for the following substantiated reasons. There is significant evidence that supports that an unlawful asset purchase sale was done in a deceitful, concealed manner involving Mr. Hamika. The detailed evidence has been previously provided to your investigations unit. It is unlawful to sell someone else's property without permission in Nevada, as clearly defined in the Nevada Revised Statutes, NRS Section 205. Note that under your Regulation 3 licensing qualification, that requirements 3.090 standards for commission action and 3.110 key employee, that this would constitute grounds for a finding of unsuitability. Mr. Hamika has ignored my previous inquiry since sending me a text message on June 3rd, 2024, that essentially denied his involvement in these matters, which turned out to be untruthful. Mr. Hamika was put on notice previously for engaging in the purchase of assets that are owned by Bob Kingston Productions, Inc., with 3 letters sent to him via certified return receipt. This makes Mr. Hamika of suspicious moral character and a prospective licensee unlawfully purchasing real property subject to an IRS tax lien and levy, and should raise serious concern with the board with how Mr. Hamika will treat future patrons, businesses, and all authorities having jurisdiction. I simply cannot imagine the Nevada Gaming Control Board granting a license to an individual that intends to operate a location with the stolen real property assets of the previous operator, as that could be considered damaging to the reputation of the industry. I respectfully request that the licensure of Brandon Hamika be denied or at least deferred until these matters are investigated, as my legal counsel filed a civil lawsuit complaint yesterday, and a temporary injunction will be filed with the court prior to the commission meeting on the 30th. Thank you for your consideration. In light of the timing, I brought extra copies of the lawsuit that was filed yesterday about 5 o'clock for the board's consideration that you can have as well. I don't know how I get them to you guys.
Thank you. You can hand it to the gentleman on your right from the enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment this morning? Good morning.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Mercedes Cabrera. Trabajo en Green Valley Ranch por 18 años. Estoy luchando para que mis compañeros y yo tengamos un beneficio asegurado por un contrato y para que tengamos seguridad laboral. Tenemos más de 10 años luchando. Hace 6 años atrás ganamos nuestra elección sindical. Y Station Casinos dijo que respetaría la decisión de los trabajadores. Todavía no hemos visto ese respeto. Gracias.
So first translation of that comment and then my comment. My name is Mercedes Cabrera. I've worked at Green Valley Ranch for 18 years as a kitchen worker. I'm fighting for my benefits to be guaranteed by a contract and for my colleagues and I to have security in our jobs. We've been fighting for more than 10 years. 6 years ago, we won our union election and Station Casinos said that it respect the workers' decision, and we still have not seen that respect. Thank you. And then my comment. Good morning, Diamante Asbury here on behalf of the Culinary Union. Over 5,300 workers unionized at 8 Station Casinos properties over a 3-year period, winning elections by a combined average of 65%. An employer like Station Casinos violates federal labor law by encouraging, promoting, or providing assistance to employees seeking to decertify their union. Very simply, workers can vote in a union and then workers can vote out the union, but management cannot encourage, promote, or assist a decertification. In sworn testimony in an ongoing federal labor trial, Station Casino's general manager testified that when he was a general manager of Palace Station, the corporate head of Station Casino's human resources instructed him to gather the names of employees who would assist with the decertification effort. The general manager testified that he believed the list was kept with human resources, and at some point a list was sent back to the corporate head of HR. When asked if there was a corporate HR plan to essentially spark the decertifications efforts at a Station Casino's property, the GM said that that was correct. The same GM wrote about how his involvement in completing the decertification came at a personal cost. Quote, "I got the decertification of the union completed," the GM texted a colleague on September 22nd, 2020. "We submitted to them yesterday, fucking lost my part of my life in that process. Craziest deal ever." That's the quote. Colleague responded, "Awesome, congratulations. You have to be approaching Golden Boy status." The Palace Station GM, referred to as Golden Boy status, is now the general manager at Durango Station. We again encourage the board to monitor the ongoing federal labor law proceeding against Station Casinos. 21 hearing dates have been set through now until June. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment this morning? Let me go to Carson City. We don't have our video showing. Is there a way to see if we can? There we go. That's perfect. Anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, let's come back here to Las Vegas. Yes, Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. First of all, I appreciate you being here in person. I'd like to thank you for foregoing your trip up to Carson City to attend the governor's State of the State address this evening because of logistics and technical issues that you would had to have overcome. It's great for you to be here in person so we can have this meeting. Also like to just direct everyone's attention briefly to the fires in California. They're devastating. People's lives have been lost, properties damaged, thousands of acres burned. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers, and I hope we think about them as we move forward in the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. And yes, happy to be here. Dr. Watkins, anything you have for public comment?
Yes, sir. Actually, I do. So this will be my final board meeting. I just want to provide that I am honored to have served in this position. I have learned so much and grown so much personally and professionally. The friendships that I have gathered here are going to last a lifetime. The opportunity to see the gaming industry from this perspective has been absolutely priceless. I want to thank both Governor Sisolak and Governor Lombardo for their support of my service in this position. I'm truly grateful. I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank both Chair Hendrick and Judge Assad. Sitting at the table with you two has truly been eye-opening. I think our perspectives from different walks of life, our collaboration, our camaraderie, and discussions and deliberations have truly helped me to see different perspectives and have different understandings, and I'm very grateful for that. I also want to thank all of the division chiefs and all of the division deputy chiefs. Your expertise has helped me to understand so much more than what I understood before I got here about the industry, and you are truly professionals and deserving of all the praise you get at every board meeting. I want to thank the AG's office. You all have been amazing. You've been there to answer my questions at the 11th hour, to provide in-depth research and to really examine issues and whether they're prudent for the industry. I also want to thank the commission for ensuring that we, as a board, are, passing along policies to them that are also very prudent and make sense and have been fully vetted. I want to thank the industry for your collaboration, your support, your willingness to be innovative and to bring new ideas and to expand. That has been truly grateful. I leave the board entirely fulfilled. fulfilled by the challenges, fulfilled by the rewards and the learning. There is no other opportunity like this, and I'm truly grateful for it. I just want to express my that I'm going to miss you all. I'm going to miss each of you in this room and those who aren't here today, those who are online. And Chair Hendrick, I don't know what I'm going to do without your new idioms to add to my language. And Judge Assad, I don't know what I'm going to do without your investment advice. I'll have to give you a call or hire a financial advisor. But you two have been truly great to work with and very collaborative. And I really appreciate your leadership, Chair Hendrick.
Very well said, and congratulations to you on the next chapter in your life. And on behalf of everybody at the Game Control Board, we thank you for everything you've done, your hard work and efforts on behalf of the state and the board. And on behalf of me personally, I will say from the day I got to the board, you walked into my office and said, "What can I do to help?" And I greatly appreciate that. A lot of things have been done behind the scenes that people will never know about that you've done. Taking on a task force of the directives of the Gaming Control Board that hadn't been done in years. A big job that's probably thankless, but I'll thank you personally. Taking on a job of a task force to reorganize our hearings process from A to Z. Again, a thankless job, a behind the scenes job, but something that you willingly took on. And on behalf of everybody and me personally, thank you for everything you've done for the state. And we wish you well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to echo everything the chairman said as well. And appreciate you reaching out when I came on board to help me get my feet under myself and hit the ground running. It was very kind, and I'm going to miss you. And I really appreciate working with you for the last couple of years. So I wish you well. And it's great for the baby. She gets to spend more time with mama for a while, but I'm sure you won't be out of work long. You'll be picked up somewhere in the industry. I'm guaranteeing you that. So good luck.
Thank you.
And absolutely, lifetime friendship. All right, let's go with that and jump right into our first item. We'll close public comment. Madam Secretary, what is our first item on our agenda today?
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for December 2024 and the meeting minutes for the workshop held on December 12th, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We've all had the opportunity to review last month's dispositions. I didn't have any questions or comments, so unless there's questions or comments regarding the dispositions from fellow board members, I would entertain a motion on the disposition from our December meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. I have no comments or questions on the disposition. I would move to approve last month's disposition as stated.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us to the motion for the minutes from our meeting. What was the date of that, Madam Secretary?
December 12th.
December 12th, 2024 minutes. Again, I've gone through those. I didn't have any further corrections or questions about them. If board members did not have questions or comments, I would entertain a motion on the minutes from December 12th, 2024 workshop.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I would so move to approve the minutes from December 12th, 2024.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. What's next on the agenda, Madam Secretary?
Non-restricted number 1.
All right, non-restricted number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Cambi Group PLC for registration as a publicly traded corporation and for licensure as sole shareholder of Sports Information Services Limited and of Cambi USA Inc. You also have the applications of Cermic GmbH for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability as a trustee of Haravisi Trust. It is also the applications of Haravisi Trust for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability as a shareholder of Veralda FLAG. You also have the applications of Veralda FLAG for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Veralda Investment Limited. It is also the applications of Veralda Investment Limited for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Cambi Group PLC. You also have the applications of Sports Information Services Limited doing business as Cambi for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor and as an information service. It is also the application of Cambi USA Inc. for licensure as a key employee of Sports Information Services Limited, doing business as Cambi. It is also the applications of Bengta Strom, Lars Clays, Bengta Nyland, David Kenyon, Christopher Saw, Joanna Forsell, and Eric Logberg for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer, director, beneficial owner, controlling beneficial owner, managing director, shareholder, sole beneficiary, and or key employee as noted on the agenda. You also have several requests to withdraw applications. The first is the request to withdraw the applications of Cambi Group PLC for finding of suitability as a shareholder of Cambi Malta Limited and of Cambi Sportsbook PLC, and for registration as a holding company. There is also a request to withdraw the application of Cambi USA Inc. for registration as an intermediary company. You also have the request to withdraw the applications of Anna Wachtmeister, Lars Stugemo, and Henry Dymek for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer and or director as noted on the agenda. The final requests to withdraw applications are for board consideration only. You have the request to withdraw the applications of Cambi Malta Limited, Cambi Group PLC, Cambi Sportsbook PLC, Daniela Cuscieri, David Kenyon, and Henry Dymek for registration as a minority equity interest holder or director as noted on the agenda.
That's it? All right, very good. Good morning, Mr. Gutwald, Mr. Giordano.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Member Dr. Watkins, Member Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, law firm McDonald Cronell, appearing on behalf of my partner, Dennis Gutwald, appearing on behalf of the applicants. Mr. Chairman, today represents a years-long effort of Cambi Group to be able to enter the Nevada sports wagering market. And we are very grateful and pleased to be able to here before you today and pursue the approvals and licenses that are in the record by Madam Secretary. Mr. Chairman, we do have a affirmative presentation. We led by Dennis Gutwald. With your permission, we'd like to be able to proceed with that. And he'll also introduce the various applicants here who are with you today in the hearing room.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to stop and say thank you to Member Watkins for all these. It's been wonderful appearing before you for the last 4 years, and we'll miss you. Been an honor, and I look forward to seeing what you're going to do in the industry because it's a small town and you'll still be around. So appreciate it. With your permission, I'm going to, well, first let me introduce the applicants. And I'll ask each of the applicants to stand up as we go through. We've got Andrew Strom, Chairman of Cambi. Patrick Clace, essentially, he runs the trustee of the Haravesi Trust. Christian Island, a director. Marlene Forsell, a director. David Kenyon, CFO of Cambi. Eric Logberg, managing director. He functions in the role of COO of Cambi. And then Chris Saw, he's the CTO. And then we have Werner Becker. He's the new CEO of Cambi. He has a pending application. He doesn't have one on today. All right, with your permission, we're going to do a presentation about the company and answer your many questions. And then we'll move on to a brief discussion about the investigation and why it took so long. And then we'll go to the individuals if that works for you.
Great, please.
Okay. This is Andrew Strom.
Good morning.
Good morning. And dear members of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. My name is Bengt Anders Ström. I'm a co-founder of Cambi Group and chairman of the company since November 2023. Cambi Group PLC is a B2B sports betting platform provider founded in 2010. It was spun off from a betting operator, Unibet Group PLC, in 2014. In 2018, Cambi acquired its first US licenses in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. We are here to make a company presentation, and that presentation will be followed by an introduction of the individual applicants. And with this, I would like to introduce and hand over to the company's new Chief Executive Officer, Werner Becker. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Cambi is a leading provider of premium sports betting services to licensed operators in regulated markets, not just in the United States, where we are live in more than 20 states today, but also around the world. And we're, of course, excited about the prospect of bringing our services to the state of Nevada. As Anders already said, Cambi was founded in 2010, but with roots that go further back. And over this time, we have been able to build best-in-class sport betting products that adapt to the wide variety of local regulations and compliance requirements. Cambi's success has been built on the expansion of regulation over the past 2 decades. Where some may see regulation as a barrier or a burden, we see it as a big opportunity to create highly competitive products localized for each regulatory environment. The main enabler of this is our in-house sportsbook platform, which has been built with the flexibility to adapt to a wide range of regulatory demands. This platform has enabled us to launch with more than 45 partners in 60+ regulated territories around the globe. And we continue to support the growth and expansion of our partners while adding new partners along the way. Cambi has a proud record of helping our partners grow, with some scaling even into Tier 1 operators. We support multi-channel and multi-brand, with our partner roster including a range of operators from brick and mortar to online-only operators, from private operators to state-owned operators. Our partner network is strong and diverse, with one common theme being their presence in regulated markets. And finally, we are also innovative. Our big global network means we have unique data insights to guide our product development and to be ahead of the game when it comes to the likes of in-play betting, same-game parlays, or, for example, AI trading. More recently, we fully automated our offering compliance filtering process, which effectively means we can provide the most competitive sportsbook offering in full compliance with local regulations. Can we go to the next slide, please? One, 2 more, please. Next one, please. Yeah, thank you so much. On the previous slides, I touched on regulation, on technology, on innovation. But of course, the driver behind all of this is our people. I'm sure a lot of companies say similar, but we really do have talented, in many instances, experienced, and a very big group of employees from across the world. Approximately 25% of our employees have been with us for 10 years or more, giving us a strong bank of knowledge and experience to build from. In order to support our global partners, we also have offices around the world, 9 in total in 8 countries, including our airspace in Philadelphia, which we opened in 2019 and has grown to more than 50 employees. And in what is a hybrid of the sport and technology industry, our workforce outside of trading is roughly 30% female and 70% male, which compares well, I think, with other similar companies in our industry. So taking all that together, Cambi is made up of many different people from many different demographics and of different cultures, all of which gives us the blend of skill sets and insights we need to success. I would now like to hand over to my colleague, Eric. He's our Managing Director of the Sportsbook. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So I want to talk a bit more about what we do and how we do things, and then our CTO will follow up on this topic as well. So we provide an end-to-end sports betting solution as a B2B service, and we do only B2B and we do only sports betting. And that has been the focus since we started in 2010. It's been a very important part of our success to keep that focus. From a sports betting value chain perspective, we do most things in-house on proprietary technology, but we insource the real-time sports data from partners like Sportradar, Perform, and IMG. that goes into our systems and algorithms, and from this we build the full sports betting offering. So we build all parts. We can deliver all parts needed for a full sports betting service and product. Our operator can still take control of key elements such as risk management, which Chris will come on to in a bit. But we do everything. We build the technology and tooling for everything from the technical platform to pricing and odds to risk management to compliance and to the actual user interface for the bettors, the betting app. We run around 500,000 sport events per year on our global offering. Now, for a specific market or a specific operator, this could be much smaller depending on local needs and regulatory requirements, of course. But it says something about the scale of what we do. And of course, this is to a very high degree automated nowadays. And AI and machine learning is becoming more and more central to our operation. But that being said, we also have a very strong and quite big team within trading, risk management, and offering compliance, because we believe to have this breadth of service at the highest quality, at least today, you can only do that with a mix of human and really talented humans and machine. So I want to say something about specifically our retail service and product, because obviously here in Nevada, this is a very important part of the sports betting landscape. When we founded Kambi, we actually only had an online sports book, but we almost day one decided that when we're going to go into be a successful B2B supplier, many of our potential customers are going to be both online and in the retail space. So we started building a retail sports book as well. And over the years, we created a very successful retail business, not least driven by the opportunities we have had in US post PASPA in 2018. So today, with partners like RSI, Penn, Parks, and many tribal operators, the Cambi network is actually the biggest retail sportsbook in many US states today. And that, of course, is probably a good bridge to why we're here today and the opportunities we see and what we can achieve with this service also in Nevada. So first of all, we're applying for we both, as we said, have a sportsbook platform as well as setting the odds. So we're applying for the manufacturer and distributor license as well as the information service license. And number one reason we're here, of course, is we see Nevada as a great business development opportunity for us, given the service we have created in other US states and the success we've had there. And we believe we can bring something new and in several aspects better in the sports betting solution to both end users and operators in Nevada. We also have an existing customer in US already, Bally's, that want to use our services for their operation in Nevada. And finally, so Nevada is the gold standard of compliance. So we think it'd be very valuable for our company to be able to get that quality stamp to show prospects, our existing partners, other regulators, the type of standards we achieve both in technology and corporately. I will now hand over to Chris Saul.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. So I will talk a little bit more about the detail. I know we're not digging into technology, but more what we're going to do with that technology in Nevada. We provide, as Eric said, retail, mobile, and a full online experience. However, initially, our submission to the technical division, Chief Barbie, will be retail only. That's because for online, we require to work with a player account management system. The Cambi system is designed to be secure by design and private by design. So we don't actually collect end user information. And therefore, to do online, we would require, for example, Bally's to present and integrate to us their player account management system. So for the moment, we are submitting to the technical division our retail solution. And we are currently taking that through the process with GLI and anticipate getting back to the division soon and hopefully being able to enter field trial later this year, assuming a successful licensure. So I know it's important to understand how that technology services the Nevada operators. As Eric mentioned, we provide that technology platform and we provide odds via our models. We provide the probabilities. That is a technical platform that we allow our operators, the casino partners like Bally's, to control what they want to offer in any given market, to decide what paybacks they'd like to have, what risk profiles they'd like to take. In many cases, the operators are directly implementing those themselves. However, in more technical or, for example, the areas of risk, they'll have a discussion with us and give us directives where we'll do the implementation for them to ensure it's done correctly. And finally, I'll talk a little bit about compliance at Cambi. As CTO, the technical compliance department works directly with me. And as Werner mentioned, we implemented, for example, this offering filtering to make sure that we can have a very highly compliant offering of markets and events and prices to meet each individual regulations requirements. So that first line of defense we have within our whole system is dedicated teams. We have a operational control team, we have a sportsbook control team, we have technical compliance team and a regulatory compliance team. Those teams work together to make sure that our technology and the operations of it comply with every regulation that we're in. Second line to that, we have enterprise risk management groups. That's where myself and our executive members review the risks that have been identified and make sure we have appropriate treatment of those risks. And finally, we also have our internal audit that has an audit program which ensures that we're actually doing everything we say we do, working across all the teams and making sure that on those two levels, we're actually achieving what we set out to do, and provides advice to us and points for discussion to have continual improvement in our processes. With that, I'd like to hand over to David Kenyon, our CFO, to talk about due diligence and our compliance committee, unless you have any questions at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. So I want to talk a little bit more about the compliance in Cambi. It's at the heart of what we do. We have a very robust compliance team. We have 15 regulatory compliance and licensing professionals who work on obtaining licenses, maintaining and renewing our licenses, tracking regulatory changes, and ensuring that we have ongoing compliance with all the regulations that we need to comply with. We then have 5 technical compliance staff who are working with our outsourced technical audits and making sure that our technology complies with the regulations in all the regulations where we have a license. And then we have 11 offering compliance staff who are ensuring that what's being offered to our operators complies with the terms of all our licenses. Our regulatory team carries out due diligence on all new customers. This includes an outsourced background checking service that we use on entities and individuals that we plan to work with. It includes screening for politically exposed persons, for sanctions, and for any adverse media on potential partners. And we take all those into account before we would decide to move forward with any operator. And then in-house, our team reviews the corporate structure and the licensing of any potential partner. So these are all areas that we check from a compliance perspective before we enter any contractual relationships. And now we're actually in the process of making our compliance even more robust through the setting up this compliance committee. This will formalize some of the compliance aspects I've talked about. It will be a committee that meets quarterly. It will comprise the executives you've met today, so myself, the CEO, the CTO, and the managing director of the sportsbook, as well as our compliance officer. And we're also in the process of appointing an independent member to the committee who will be kind of an expert on the Nevada regulations and help inform that committee about what we need to do to ensure ongoing compliance with the Nevada regulations. The committee will sign off on a compliance plan, which will be a way of formalizing the work of that committee. And the plan really has, I'd say, 4 main aims. One is to ensure the appropriate due diligence on the partners we work with. Secondly, do we have suitable contractual relationships with the partners we're working with and with individuals we're working with? Thirdly, ensuring ongoing compliance with the Nevada Gaming Control Act. And lastly, compliance with all the other laws and regulations in the jurisdictions where we operate. So I think when this committee and the plan is formally adopted, I think we'll have an extremely robust compliance function in the business. With that, I'm going to pass you back to Anders.
So before moving on to Anders discussing the length of the investigation, would you like to ask some questions about the business operations? We're prepared to address those.
Yeah, first of all, thank all you gentlemen for the presentation. I have quite a lengthy list of questions, and you've checked off a whole bunch of them in your affirmative presentation. So I appreciate that. Mr. Gutwald, would you have anything else you want to add before we jump into asking questions? We're not about the individual applications, about the company application.
No, bring it on.
Okay, great. All right. Somebody briefly explain to me how you divide up the 4 divisions.
Which, would you like to do that? Anders, why don't you come up and discuss the division of the 4 divisions? Cambi Sports. Oh. We'll have Werner do it.
I think it's about 9 years.
Please also be sure to state your name for the record for the court reporter.
Yeah. So we're set up in 4 divisions. Yeah, you can hear me. Yeah.
Say your name.
My name is Werner Becher. I'm the CEO of Cambi. So we are structured in 4 divisions. The biggest and historically the first division is our sportsbook division, running the whole sportsbook business. We have a second division called Shape Games. This is our front-end division. So where the sportsbook team focus a lot on back office technology and services, our front-end division, they are specialized in web and mobile apps especially, but also retail apps, so to provide the front end to customers and partners. We have another division that's called Abios. Abios is a specialist on esports, getting more and more important, relevant kind of sports in our industry, especially for the young audience. And our 4th division is Tesseract. Tesseract is a unit fully focusing on AI pricing and trading. That's how we're organized.
And is your intention that Cambi will offer all 4 of those divisions at some point B2B in Nevada?
Yeah, at the moment, our application is only for the sportsbook division because our goal at the moment is to enter the Nevada market with our sportsbook. But if we see opportunities also for the front end and for other parts of our business, of course, also these other divisions will apply for a license here in Nevada.
And is the Tesseract being used in other jurisdictions currently?
Yeah, the Tesseract division is still in a very early stage. We are just starting to roll out the first services and sports on it. It's already used in some other states. Yes, as integrated part of our offering.
Great. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
We'll see what they have to.
There was a comment earlier about internal audit. Who can address internal audit? Go ahead and state your name again for the record.
Kenyon, CFO.
Yeah, so my question is, you mentioned it being an extremely important function for the company, obviously. How many people are dedicated to that? And what are your future plans for internal audit?
Yeah, right now we have 1 person who focuses purely on internal audit. They are really following up on the findings of the external audits we have, financial audits, operational, some regulatory audits. So they will follow up on the findings and make sure, changes happen as a result, any recommendations are followed through. They're also supported by, I mentioned earlier, there was the 15 professionals working on the licensing and regulatory compliance. They're also kind of working in the same sphere, but there's just 1 pure internal audit. I think it's something we'll consider whether we need to increase as the business grows, if that requirement becomes greater in the future.
Good. I'm not making it a requirement, but I appreciate the fact that you recognize how important it is, and that as the company evolves, you may need to add more people to that function to maybe take the pressure off of 1 person.
Yes.
Great. Mr. Gutwald, this question is probably for you. For the record, why don't you explain a little bit on why an operator's license is not required for Cambi based on the structure of what they've laid out in their presentation?
Sure. Cambi's not taking any money. They're not taking any bets. They're not taking any risk. That's all the gaming operator. There's just no wagering going on. So there is no operator's license required. With that slide that we had a little bit ago, you'll note Cambi's duties are simply B2B, and where it comes down to where we hit the pavement, as far as an operator's license, you look at what the operators do. They decide the risks, their odds in the end. They have ultimate control over that. They set the lines, pay the tax revenue. All the revenue belongs to them, and they do all the reporting. So I think that sums it up pretty good based on this slide.
Yeah, appreciate you putting that on the record, and I've reviewed, obviously your submittal on behalf of the company as well, the Attorney General's review of that information and legal status, as well as obviously our investigative report and internal review of that. So I feel comfortable personally that it is B2B, as you've stated, for the record. I'm going to get into some more of the technical stuff in a minute. We talked about player account management and all, but I'll reserve that and ask if my fellow board members have any questions at this point for any of the members of the company regarding company aspects, and we'll save the individual applications for a little later.
Yes, I do, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Gutwall. Good to see you again. Being that this is, the Cambi is coming into Nevada and newer to Nevada, I'd like someone to provide a bit more information about the history of the company and how it was started.
I'm going to have Chris Saw come up and do that just because he's been most involved with the US component. I think that really addresses what's going on now. Does that make sense? All right.
Member Watkins, thank you for your question. So the history of Cambi, particularly in the US, Cambi has been active, as Anders Ström said earlier, since 2010, breaking out of Kindred Group PLC in 2014 and listing on stock exchange in that year as well. In 2018, post-PASPA, we signed multiple deals with large operators, but DFS operators who were entering the sportsbook market. We took that first post-PASPA online sports bet in New Jersey on the 1st of August 2018. And shortly after that, worked with the PGCB to enter Pennsylvania market, Indiana, West Virginia, and New York, and so on, as legislation changed over the last few years. That's been enormous amount of work for us, and also a lot of work in making sure that that technical platform and our operations around it can grow to meet all of the regulatory demands.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that context. It's helpful. Can you also tell me what is Cambi's status as far as regulating in or operating in unregulated markets?
That's changed since we provided the original report. And originally, they were about 94% of the markets that they were in were regulated. Now it's 99. They have a lot of due diligence before they go into markets. But now that Brazil and Peru are regulated, they're up to 99%. They perform a lot of due diligence, get legal opinions, and check with their operators and lay down standards for their operators that they must follow as well before they go into a jurisdiction. So right now they're at 99%, and they have some pretty good safeguards in place, and they have a really good track record of choosing jurisdictions that become regulated. That's their MO.
Understood. What is that 1%?
Off the top of my head, I do not know.
I can hand over to our CFO, David Kenyon, to dig deeper there.
Hi, David Kenyon, CFO. So the remaining 1%, so that we're 99% will be going forward as we move into 2025. We'll be at over 99%. That remaining 1% is comprised of, I'd say, two areas. One is markets that are in the process of regulating. So on the list, we have Finland and Ecuador. They're part of that 1%. And then a very tiny part at the end of that is some small markets serviced by point of supply licenses. So operators have licenses in, say, Malta, for example, who then use that to operate a couple of small territories, which we've made an assessment of and felt that it was viable for us. So that's the 1%. I think that 1% would be, when Finland and Ecuador regulate, that will be a very 0.something%.
Thank you for providing that information. I don't know who would be appropriate to speak to, your esports solutions, but I'm curious about that, about the status of esports really around the world, in the EU in particular, and how you plan on bringing that into Nevada if you do.
Yeah. Werner Becher, CEO of Cambi. As you for sure know, especially for the young audience, esports is getting more and more important. In many jurisdictions, it's already sports number 4 in sense of importance. So we are working with our ABIOS division for many years now on providing, based with licensed suppliers and all the esports leagues, based on official data, esports offerings to our customers. So we provide about 40 to 50,000 esports events per year currently to our network, but depending always on the local regulation and licensing, if it's allowed in several jurisdictions or not.
And do you plan on offering that option for your operators here in Nevada?
If it's regulated, if it's licensed in Nevada, then we will do so.
Yes, it is. So that's very interesting. You said that there are, you said it's the fourth most popular bet on.
Yes.
What are the first three?
Yeah, so being a global operator, for sure, for us, soccer is still number one sports. Number two is tennis. Number three is basketball. Number four is ice hockey.
Number four is?
Oh, sorry, and number four is esports, and then is ice hockey, and then we have all some other sports.
Perfect, thank you.
But the relevance of the sports, of course, they are very different depending on the region. So South America is very different than the US, for example. In US, for sure, soccer is not number one sports.
Understood completely. Can someone speak to the company's compliance with NRS 463.633 and NRS 463.6272?
Yeah, hi, it's David Kenyon again, the CFO. So yeah, Kambi is traded on the Nasdaq exchange in Sweden, and it's supervised by the Swedish Financial Services Authority in Sweden. Sweden is a member of the European Union, and therefore it implements the rules which are aligned with the European Securities and Markets Authority. So this European Securities and Markets Authority has implemented strict rules around retail investor access to leverage products, which includes limitations on margin requirements. So there are rules in place. There's quite this ESMA is it's
And I would point out that in the Swedish market, they're not that the Swedish market isn't noted for being highly speculative and volatile. They have a pretty long history, but they're part of the European Union.
So you already have rules in place that you currently comply with as it relates to leverage. Is that what you're saying?
That affects, people who invest into Kambi on the
Thank
market.
you. Appreciate that confirmation.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't have any further questions right now, Chair, so I'll go ahead and pass it along.
All right, thank you. Judge Assad, questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Mr. Strom, first of all, thank you for having the entrepreneurial spirit and the vision to start a company like this. You put your assets and your reputation on the line back in, what was it, 2014 or so, and you've employed thousands of people across the world. So thank you for that. It's to be commended. I'm interested in the sports betting. I guess that's the gentleman in the back there. If he could come up. And just go ahead and state your name again, please.
Eric Lodberg.
Thanks for being here, by the way. And you all flew in from Stockholm?
Yep.
Wow, that's great. I appreciate you being here in person rather than through video. It's
Happy
just
to
so
be here.
much better to have a dialogue and a colloquy.
I pointed out to them that it's actually warmer here now than it was in April and when we were in Stockholm.
This is better than our summer.
Stay a while. Enjoy. How do you develop your opening, say in NFL football? How do you develop your opening betting line?
It's partly with algorithms, partly experts that read up on this on the sport, and then of course what the market is doing as well. For a big league like NFL or big soccer leagues, you adapt to the market as well, and that sets the main line. Then of course on a big NFL match we will be offering 700 bet offers.
Sure.
And that's much derivatives than derived from key parameters about totals and the spread. From that you create all these derivative markets with algorithms.
Do you develop your opening line yourself, or do you look at another opening line and then modify it using your algorithms?
It's both, and it varies from sport to sport. Some sports we will build up real expertise in-house to actually set that opening line yourself, whereas other sports you may follow the market more.
Do you use the power ratings system?
Sorry, what is that?
Power ratings, for example, in NBA basketball or even football, each team is designated a power rating, and then there's usually a 3-point spread for the home court
Yeah.
in football. And then that's how they usually develop an opening
Yeah,
line.
I mean, I guess indirectly we do it. It's a lot of data that goes into to the algorithms of past performance, of course, down to a lot of data on each individual player to deliver really good player props product.
Do you have a pretty significant part of the business with the NFL here in the United States?
Yeah, of course, it's maybe 20%, 15-20% of the annual turnover would come on NFL.
NBA basketball.
NBA would be similar.
Very large.
College, of course, is very big as well.
And then the in-game betting, you also do in-game betting, I believe you said?
Absolutely.
How does that work?
Technically or
Technically.
Yeah, where to start? It's based on the same algorithms. Of course, you add the time element to it. Depends what the event is. On a big NFL game, we probably still would have 2 traders that actually are monitoring it. The algorithm does most of the job, but the trader will add to it what he or she sees happening on the court, adjusting input data, and the algorithm will spit out all the probabilities. Then coming to lower league soccer, for instance, then it's rather one trader probably can manage 15 events at the same time and rather just be monitoring. So it varies a lot what type of offering you give to the end users, especially when you do in-play betting on player props. That's very resource intensive, and you really need a human monitoring that and adjusting.
So you do use artificial intelligence to set the lines, the opening lines?
Part of the algorithms, of course, use that and machine learning. And what Werner talked about, Tesseract, that's really the focus in Tesseract, to break new ground and find sort of the future way of creating the offering of the sportsbook.
And typically, average ballpark, how long does it take to set up an entire new sportsbook operation in a new jurisdiction?
For us to come into a new state or market, technically it's mainly the compliance and the regulatory piece of it. Technically and operationally, it's very low effort because we've done this in 50 regulations already. So it's configurations about around the offering essentially.
Yeah, here in Nevada, we'd end up having to apply for a key employee app license at the location together with the revenue sharing permission. So, that's taking 5 or 6 months.
Once you get past all the regulatory issues, licenses, compliance, and so forth, how long does it take to actually input the sportsbook would already be built out by for example, up North Bally's. And then how long does it take for you to technically implement your product?
Chris, do you want to comment on that?
Chris or CTO. It can vary a little bit depending on the complexity of the market. Obviously, in all the US states, the primary timeline is driven by the logistics of installing servers in the state. So for Nevada, we will partner with a local approved co-location provider and install servers there. And the lead time of that is normally 4 to 8 weeks. And then we would need another month or so to get everything up and running, configured, ready.
Do you install your own servers, or are you using the primary servers of the property?
We install our own servers.
Your own servers?
Yes.
Okay. And then how do you prevent attacks through cybersecurity, hacking, and so forth?
So we have an internal SecOps team that are continually monitoring our posture, our threat surface, and what we're at risk of. We also use third parties to assist us in that. So we have a third-party security operations center that's monitoring 24/7 that can escalate to any of my team or myself should something happen.
Is everything encrypted?
Yeah. Yes.
You have it said on something on the website, on the screen here about player management, you're not involved in the player management side
No,
of
so
it at all,
Cambi
right?
is pure play sportsbook. We
Okay.
generate we have the models for the prices and the risk management. It's always a third party, either the operator or someone else they've contracted with, who delivers the player account management system, which will have the PII, the personal identity information of the patrons.
They never get the personal.
Yeah, so we
information.
never know the
Right.
identity of a user. We have a pseudonymous identifier, but no direct identity
Good.
information, no financial information, nothing like that.
How many roughly employees will you be hiring in Northern Nevada and Bally's?
I'd have to ask Bally's about that. I don't have that. I don't know what Bally's plans are in that respect. They're still looking at half to this year before they're ready to start a field trial.
How about the other properties? You said New Jersey, Indiana, New York, some of the other US. Can you ballpark how many employees you're employing?
We're not the operator. We don't employ directly the employees that are on the properties. That's done by the property, who is the operator and licensee.
But don't you have some employees here to?
We have our
handle
employees,
issues that come up?
50 plus employees in the Philadelphia office.
50?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you anticipate any in Northern Nevada?
I don't believe at this time, but no.
It'll be all Bally's employees running that sports book.
Do you plan on associating with any other licensees in Southern Nevada?
We would certainly hope so. I mean, that's
We would too.
a big opportunity to bring our product to the market and make it available to other licensees in Nevada.
Excellent, excellent. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I want to get a little more granular into some of the judge's questions. You mentioned that you don't handle player account management, and without you divulging anything proprietary in the middle of a public meeting, what is your plan to handle a PAM?
So Bally's, in the case of Nevada, they have their own PAM provider, and we're integrated them in other markets already. When Bally's is ready to do an online launch in Nevada, they'll obviously have to go through a process with the tech division to submit the combined PAM plus sportsbook for approval. So the ball will be in Bally's court in that respect.
And then to the judge's question, if you go to other operators, are they going to have their own PAM, or you ever expect to have a third party in conjunction between your B2B and then the B2C with the operator?
There are definitely other B2B PAM providers on the market, and some operators will build their own, some will license a third party B2B PAM. We're integrated to many, both operator developed PAMs as well as B2B PAMs.
Got it. There was some conversation about data providers, and part of the conversation the judge had was that some of the generating of odds is handled by in-house. Do you use third-party providers for data?
We use third-party providers for data, but not for odds or probabilities. We use third-party provider for the player data, the event data, the occurrence data. We use that within our models to originate prices ourselves.
And how about in-play wagering? I assume you do that now in other jurisdictions?
Yes.
And again, without you telling me anything proprietary, that I assume is handled in-house and out-house?
No, that is all handled in-house. We receive the occurrence data from third parties like BetRadar, like BetGenius and others. But that's, for example, the result of a drive or a current ball possession. We input that to our models, which generates the live prices. So all pre-match and live odds are generated in-house based on third-party event data, but not third-party odds.
Understood. And then after the in-game wagering or the original line is set, what role does Cambi play versus the operator? You, I assume, allow the operator to move their own lines?
So the operator can move their own lines and they can set the payback for those lines. Obviously, we're receiving from our global network large amounts of data that go back into updating the probabilities. So we continue to update the probabilities. The operator can continually choose how they want the lines to be set and adjust the payback for those lines.
Got it. Yeah, appreciate that. That paints me a little bit better picture. I want to talk a little bit more about Bally's for a moment, and I understand that this is all still in the process, but do you know, is the plan to be, we touched on this a little bit earlier, mobile, retail, kiosk, all the above?
The initial launch plan for Bally's is retail only. We need them to nominate which PAM they plan to use in the market before we can talk about retail, but we certainly anticipate retail in the market for them at some point.
Right. And for the purposes of us getting up to speed with our tech, we usually are looking for a certain volume. Are you expecting Bally's and Tahoe to have enough volume for us to really test the system?
I would hope so. Yes. I mean, our system is well tested, and we've engaged with the technical division on all the requirements as in working with GLI now. I would anticipate that with Bally's or some other partner, we'll be able to have the volume necessary to prove that system in a field trial.
And do you know what stage the review is at GLI at this point?
I'm visiting them this afternoon. I believe we've done about 2/3 of the requirements at this point.
Okay.
So we have a few queries going backwards and forwards, and we'll engage with the division on a couple of points where we need some clarity.
And without holding you to this, what is your timing that you're looking for to be up and running in a field test situation at Bally's?
I would hope that we're able to be in field test by the start of H2. So
What
July.
July. How does that integrate with the fact of their player account management? You're saying that Bally's
Well,
is going to.
This would be a field trial for the retail only, so player account management's not necessarily an anonymous retail scenario.
So they'll get that in separately.
Correct.
They'll do a retail, so timing should be okay.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, good. All right. Appreciate that. Getting kind of granular, I know, a little bit into our weeds here, but give me a better picture of what you're doing. Thank you. Anything else from board members regarding the company?
Yes, Chair, I do have a follow-up question with regard to timing in the player account management system. So help me understand whether it is, I would just say, easier to get up and running when the player account management system is through the operator, or whether it's through a third party. I'm assuming,
I think that depends on the regulation. In Nevada, certainly it would be easier that they've already got one. It's in-house, since the licensing process would be time consuming if they would choose a third party that wasn't currently licensed in Nevada. Since any third party would need to be appropriately licensed in a similar way that we're choosing with a manufacturer license, I assume. But I haven't dug too deep into that myself, since we're not doing PAM.
Understood. And if you don't have the answers, that's completely understandable. But assuming that a party is already licensed, as far as functionality and things of that sort, how difficult is it?
An integration between Cambi and a PAM is normally a very short process. It's a simple financial transaction integration, so that we are able to send wages to the wallet of the PAM and ask, can this bet be placed? Then the operator has the prerogative to say yes or no. So it's a relatively simple integration. Of course, needs to be tested by GLI or the tech division to make sure the combined system meets all requirements.
Okay, so you assume that will be a quicker matter of months?
A matter of months, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutwald, you touched on the fact that a key employee application will be required. So we've already put that on the record. I appreciate you doing that. And of course, we'll work as fast as we can. And a lot of times that's all about how quick do we get information in, how many things are in our inbox and investigations, but we will work as fast as we can when that piece comes in front of us.
You're hiring a lot more agents. It's becoming faster.
Good. All right. And for the record, Mr. Gutwald, why don't you explain to us, there's some withdrawal applications that changed since the time the original applications were submitted. My understanding is that there was a corporate law change in Malta. Do you want to just put on the record why the withdrawal applications make sense after that change?
Sure. Cambi was formed when the Malta law required 2 shareholders. About a year or 2 later, they amended the law so that there was only 1 shareholder. When Cambi established Sports Information Services, Malta company, it had to have the 2 shareholders. That's why we had the structure in place, and it flowed up to Cambi PLC, Cambi Group PLC, the publicly traded company. They didn't bother changing the law for a long time, but in the US, that creates regular licensing questions, applications. And so they decided at this juncture to eliminate those 2 companies. Thus, we ended up withdrawing their applications.
Thank you. That was my understanding. I appreciate you putting that on the record, and we'll get to the request for withdrawals in a moment. If there's not anything else from board members regarding the company applications, we'll move into the individual applications.
Great. We'll have Anders come up, talk about the investigation, and then we'll have him talk about himself a little bit.
Perfect. Thank you.
Anders Ström, Chairman. Before moving on to the individual applicants' presentations, I would like to take this opportunity to apologize for the length of time this process has taken. Cambi and the Cambi applicants were initially not prepared properly for the application process. After the poor start to that process, we have done everything we could to rectify those matters, and we are pleased to be standing here in front of you today. I would say that we now have a good team in place, good advice, good processes, and especially good counsel from McDonald Carano. The company got better with all these improvements during our process of the Nevada application, and I feel that we are in a good place now. We also appreciate the agents, particularly in this case because of the amount of time and experience they put in. And I would say that they are clearly top class.
I would add to that we got a dream team for the agents. The level of their institutional experience really helped. They were hugely patient, and they've actually led to a much better company as a result. Took a little while, but the company's at a much better place as a result of the GCB investigation, which happens on occasion. So,
Which is great. And, that's a wonderful side product of going through this investigative process in the state of Nevada. I will say for me personally, there's no reason to apologize. These things happen. And a lot of what my understanding happened is there's always a question between the EU privacy laws and what a privilege license requires in the state of Nevada. Sometimes they don't meet up until we're able to explain what the process is. And then it's back on the applicant to decide, do I want to be involved in the privilege licensed industry in Nevada? And if I do, there's certain things that I have to disclose. So I don't think an apology is necessary at all. I appreciate you doing that for the record. But more importantly, we've all been able to move forward. And as Mr. Gutwald knows, if our investigative staff does get stymied at some point for whatever reason, we just have to move on because there's a very large inbox in our investigations. And if somebody can't provide us fast enough details, we want to be able to say to the next person in the pile, we're going to move with yours. And so we explain that to your company, and we're able to move forward, and happy to see you back in front of us.
Thank you.
head with your personal background.
Okay, so then I continue. So I'm here now to start presenting the individual part of it, and I wanted to give a little bit of background on my history, and so you better understand where the company is coming from. So I'm born in the first generation that had a home computer in their home, which was very lucky in my case because it led to my big interest in computers, mathematics, statistics, and especially programming, which has been an interest for me ever since. After the military service, I went on to study at university with a specialty in mathematics and statistics, and also economics. At that time, I decided to start my first company, which was an interactive media company in the sports and horse racing industry. Focus was on betting, and that led me, after the innovation of internet, to start considering starting an online sports betting company. And eventually, in 1997, I decided to set it up in the United Kingdom. So I started first to move out there to start my first company. And I've actually been out of my native home country, Sweden, ever since, which is more than half of my life now. Having lived in Belgium and United Kingdom, I still live in London, UK. And I have my businesses in Liechtenstein and Cyprus, as you have seen in my application. In my career with the Unibet, which was the name of the company that was started in 1997, we acquired our first betting license in the United Kingdom in 1998. My role was initially the CEO of the company, and then I moved on to be the business development director, and lastly, the chairman of the board of Unibet Group PLC between the years 2010 and 2020. Unibet developed strongly and went public in 2004. And towards the end of that decade, we saw an increasing need for a more advanced sports betting platform, which led to the foundation of Cambi. And I think that one of the big reasons for that was the increasing interest of in-play betting, which is much more technically difficult and advanced for a single operator to run themselves. Cambi developed under the wings of Unibet for 4 years and was then spun off and listed separately in 2014. In 2018, we entered the US market with our first licenses in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. And after initially with Cambi having been on the advisory board and a director of the board, I took the helm as chairman of the company in November 2023. This is also my current role. Besides my job in Cambi, I am a big horse racing fan, and I'm running a racing and breeding business in mainly USA and France. And I'm open to your questions.
Thank you very much for that. Obviously, you have a very impressive background and your application is stellar. So pleased to have you here in front of us today and explaining a little bit about your story. And as the judge mentioned earlier, your commitment to growing new businesses and hiring people. And that always means a lot to me with my entrepreneurial spirit. So I appreciate that. I'm certainly happy to support your application based on your extensive background and history in the gaming industry, and look forward to you being involved in the Nevada industry. I will ask you, though, that you've been licensed in quite a few different jurisdictions. In your own words, what do you think it means to have the stamp of approval from hopefully the Nevada Gaming Commission in a few weeks, being approved by Nevada's regulators? What does that do for you personally?
It means a lot. Obviously, we have heard the expression gold standard, which I really believe it is. I also have very close friends who are in the gaming business, not exactly the same as we are. There are bricks and mortar and there are online casino businesses that spin over the whole global world. And I know from having spoken to them what it means to have a Nevada license. And I'm really looking forward to contribute to this industry here in this state.
Thank you. Dr. Watkins, questions?
Yes, good morning. Were you a track announcer? Is that how you started out?
I was both on my interactive media service, and I also called 6 races at a race day in my early days. I was in the final between 2 of the 2 last applicants for getting the job as a track announcer at the track. Unfortunately, I didn't get it. The opponent got the job, and he's still doing it after 30 years.
Wow.
So in hindsight, it could have been a totally different career.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I bet you're grateful for the experience.
Yeah, and I still really much enjoy going to the races, and I'm good friends with several track announcers, and I sometimes envy them for their job.
Mm-hmm. What is it about track announcing that draws you?
No, it's about the sport of horse racing. I think that's the whole concept of it, and also that gave me the first experience from gambling, and also took me into sports betting. And I still very much enjoy the betting part of the horse racing. But over the years, I've become a breeder and also owning racehorses, which is more exciting now, especially since my son is also interested in it.
Mm-hmm. That was my next question to you. I see you own a number of racehorses. How many do you own?
Between my different companies, it's about 200, including the broodmares, the foals, the yearlings, and the racehorses.
Okay. Well, thank you for providing that information and just enlightening me and showing me who you are on a broader perspective as it not only relates to gaming, but in the gaming area in particular. You have a lengthy history. You've built companies. You've helped them propel to new heights. I have no concerns whatsoever about your licensing, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Judge Azad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Again, thank you so much for everything you do and all the people you employ. Excellent presentation, stellar background, eminently qualified. Be careful in the horse racing business, though.
Well, I know it's a very tricky one, and I could say that the financial targets of the horse racing business is much lower than the sports betting business.
Yeah, I had some uncles, they were in the sulkies, the harness racing back in Boston.
Yeah.
And they lost their shirts, so it's they call the sport of kings for a reason, so.
I'm trying to keep the shirt on.
There you go. Thoroughbred's probably a different situation altogether, but I think there was a lot of shenanigans going on with the harness racing, you know, they pulling the horse back and holding him back and fake whipping and all that kind of stuff, so.
I would actually say that fortunately regulations are much tougher these days. So,
Right.
I think we can put more trust in the racing business.
There you go. And with the PASPA law that was passed, have you noticed a tremendous increase in online sports betting?
You mean online sports betting in US?
Yeah, well, yeah, in general, yeah, in the US.
Yeah,
PASPA, right.
absolutely. And I mean that with the PASPA repeal, the opportunity came along for us, and we were one of the early adopters to it. And we got some of the big operators as a client in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they decided to put their big efforts into building their own platforms, but we still have a lot of operators running in the different states in the US. And the online sports betting interest is huge, as we can see now.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at general media, they talk a lot more about
Mm-hmm.
the betting lines and the different prop bets for different players.
Mm-hmm.
And it's become vanilla, if you call it,
Mm-hmm.
just in a few years' time. And
Yeah.
it's very interesting to see where it develops, and we surely want to be a part of it.
Good, good. I remember the day when the NFL didn't want to have anything to do with Las Vegas, and now they're one of the biggest sponsors around. You know, Walt Disney World,
Yes.
they're one of the biggest bookmakers in the country. So we've come a long way.
I think sports betting online in general across the world is a source of revenue for lots of people, not only the betting operators, but also the sports federations that owns the data rights can charge for that because there is gambling. And I think that there is a large value chain where everyone can have a piece of it.
Yeah, and I think people need to understand that it not only creates a lot of jobs, but a lot of the tax revenue flows into education and schools and roads and improvements to each and every community that services that industry. So.
Yeah, and that's on the back of some kind of entertaining product that offers joy and excitement for most people, which I think is one of the reasons why I'm very happy to be part of it, because I also like to have the odd flutter myself.
Is Cambi do anything or cognizant of a social betting, problem gambling, anything in that area that you can maybe suggest to us that we might want to take a look at?
I would say that since we are not the operator and we don't have access to the customer data, it's impossible for us to profile that. However, having been on the board and the chairman of Unibet Group PLC, I have extensive experience of that. And we were actually, before the European countries re-regulated in the years between 2010 and 2020, we were proactive to build automated solutions for detecting the problem gambling and to offer tools for gamblers so that they could limit their betting frequencies and their losses. And as a matter of fact, for the Swedish regulation, I'm very proud that it was actually our idea to include general system for self-exclusion that works across every operator. So I think that if you're in this business as an operator, you really need to manage the responsible gaming issue and make sure that we try as hard as possible to limit the problem gambling, because I think that makes the entertaining part of sports betting sustainable for the long-term future.
Do you foresee the use of artificial intelligence as it relates to solving some of the issues with problem gaming?
I think absolutely. I think that's already in the making. And as I said, referring back to the Unibet days, our initial algorithms and our products for detecting this was the first step to move into AI in that part of the business. I can also maybe foresee companies that focus on being specialists in this part, working together with the operators as a B2B operator. But that's for another application, I guess.
We look forward to it. I'm more than excited to support your application and welcome you to Southern Nevada, and hope you might take a look at operating down in Southern Nevada as well.
We hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And we'll have Patrick Kluss come up. Tell a little bit about himself.
Good morning. Please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself and your role with the company.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Lars Patrik Herman Klasse. I'm a Swedish citizen. I am the member of the board and member of the audit committee of Cambi Group. I'm also the CEO and board member of Veralda FLAG, which you've seen in the application is the largest shareholder of Cambi Group. I am there too sole owner and director of CIRMIC GmbH, which is the trustee of the Hervisi Fund. In terms of my relevant educational background, I have a degree in economics from Lund University in Sweden. I have a European CFA, Chartered Financial Analyst degree from Stockholm School of Economics, also Sweden. In terms of the professional experience I have, I spent my first 11 years in the financial industry working for investment banks in the Nordics. And I was focusing then on the technology and the gambling sectors. This was in fact how I made acquaintance first with Anders Ström in 2003. Some time later, in 2009, I was offered a position at Veralda, which I hold to this day. So I am the CEO at the moment of Veralda, as I said, and we operate out of Liechtenstein. I live myself in Switzerland, just across the border.
Thank you for that. Very, very impressive background. My understanding that you have no role in the day-to-day operations of the company, correct?
This is correct.
Yeah. Board member, audit committee chair, correct?
That's right.
Yeah,
exactly.
very important roles, but nothing to do with the actual operation side.
No, of course, very important role, and I take it very seriously, but I don't have no day-to-day involvement in the business.
Based on your education, your background, and everything you're doing, and your extensive history, both in business and with gaming, I'm very happy to support your application and appreciate you being here with us today.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Watkins.
Good morning.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you spell your name for the court reporter really quick?
I'm sorry?
Could you spell your name for the court reporter really quick?
Okay, so last name is Klasse, C-L-A-S-E. Thanks.
Good morning, and thank you for being here today. I have reviewed all your materials. You have a very impressive background, and I don't have any questions or concerns. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I would echo the comments made by the chair. More than thrilled to support your application. Welcome to Nevada.
Thank you so much.
And we'll have Christian Nyland step up.
Morning.
Dear members of the board, good morning. I'm Christian Nyland. My background is I started off at the University of the Military Service studying business administration, statistics and mathematics. And after that, I worked for roughly 5 years as a real estate analyst and corporate finance. After that, I went to London and worked for Unibet with Anders. First as a trader myself, and after a couple of years, I became head of the whole sportsbook operation. And in 2010, me, together with Anders, co-founded Kambi, which I held the position of CEO up until a few months ago. Now I'm part of a board of directors and sitting on the remuneration committee. Thank you very much.
And how's that transition going for you?
Very, very good. I also have two small kids, so they're taking a lot of time now.
That's wonderful. Congratulations to you on that. And as I mentioned with the other applicants, we have a very detailed background on you and your experience. And based on your education, your experience, obviously your time involved in the gaming industry, I'm very happy to support your application and appreciate you being with us here this morning.
Thank you.
Dr. Watkins.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. You had a short career as a statistics teacher, right?
Yes, I did roughly half a year as a teacher in statistics. That's correct.
Can you tell me about that experience and why so short?
Yeah, it was not meant to be longer, actually. I was planning to do that while completing my master's thesis. I never completed my master's thesis, but it's very interesting to be a teacher, and you had to relearn a lot of what you knew because you had to explain it in a very, very different way than when you actually use it. So very helpful for the rest of your life, I would say.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Teaching, make sure you really know what you're talking about, right? You have to reteach it to someone. So are you saying that you took on the position to do research? Is that what you said? It was to complete your master's thesis?
No, I was offered a part-time job for 6 months, and after that I went to a financial industry instead. So
Okay.
it was never meant to be very long.
Okay, yeah, understood. Well, thank you for providing that. And I've seen your background and your experience, your education, and all of it is impressive, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman. It's Mr. Nyland.
That's correct.
Yeah, I've looked at your background. They've prepared a very thorough report. You've got a BS degree in business administration from Karlstad University. You've got extensive work experience, served in the Swedish Army, a stellar career, and you said one of the co-founders of Cambi?
That's correct.
Great. Well, I'm more than happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll have Marlene Forcell come up.
Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, my name is Dennis Marlene Forcell, and I am then called by my second given name. So when you reference then Johanna Marlene, I'm the same person. First of all, thank you, Gaming Control Board, for giving me this opportunity. I will give you a little bit of background on myself. I'm standing here now in my position as a board member of Kambi Group PLC and chairing the audit committee. I was first elected as a member of the board in late 2018, so I've been working with the company for a number of years. When it comes to my background and my education, I have a Master of Science in Business Administration and Economics from the Stockholm School of Economics. And I am brought up in Sweden, and I continue living in Stockholm, Sweden, even though I work with a lot of companies that have international businesses. I've started my financial career, working for one of the big fours. I started working with Ernst & Young in Stockholm, and I moved on from Ernst & Young to one of the larger cap Swedish companies, being a fast-moving consumer goods company. And it's then large cap in a Swedish context, but it's a Swedish company with an international business and also, among others, then a sizable US business. And at that company, I've had several financial positions, to a large extent at the head office, but also in the division. And I've been working with and been responsible for tax and financial reporting, internal controls, investor relations and etc. And as part of my positions, I've also taken part in and been responsible for ensuring that we are compliant with financial reporting regulations in Sweden, but also internationally, and also with the stock exchange regulations, among others. I ended at this company being the CFO, and when I resigned from that position, I've been, since then been working as a board professional, and I currently work with 6 companies, and I'm chairing the audit committee of 5 of these. And most of these companies are listed in Sweden and Denmark, but there are also some private companies.
That's great. And actually, I mentioned earlier, chair of the audit committee. You're the chair of the audit committee, and you sit.
But I have a colleague, a really good colleague in the audit committee, being Patron Carson.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you said you're chair of audit committees at 5 different companies.
Yes, I am.
Wow, very impressive. Yeah, your list of directorships is quite extensive. Congratulations on that, and your background as well. I'm very happy to support your application, and your commitment to the company and the audit committee is something that we always look upon very closely, because at the end of the day, we're a tax collection agency, and audit and paying things on time and being sure that the company is very financially sound is important to us. It's important to the industry. It's important to the employees. So even though you're not a day-to-day operator, being in charge of the audit committee and being on the board is extremely important to us. And with your background, very happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Dr. Watkins.
Good morning. Thank you for being here today. It's Forsell, F-O-R-S-E-L-L.
Yes, that's right. That's my
Thank
surname.
you. Thank you. You attended medical school as well, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
I skipped that in my introduction now here, because I only attended medical school for 1 semester.
Uh-huh.
And the reason for being that, or the reason why I did that, was that when I went into my financial education program, I was choosing between becoming or going to med school, and they changed the grading system in Sweden. So that was my last opportunity to get accepted at med school. So I took the opportunity. But then I got a job at the Swedish company, and I thought it was going to be a summer intern sort of, but I never left, or I left now then, but it many years that I remained with that company instead.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you decided that was the field for you, huh?
Yes.
You have an impressive list of directorships, and congratulations on those. How do you divide up your time?
Well, first of all, when it comes to the companies that I'm working with, they are of different sizes. And also, as I mentioned before, some of them are listed and some are not. So the requirements are also somewhat different. But I would say that in general, it's probably 20% per company, with the smaller ones having somewhat less than, and Kambi being one of the bigger companies. But I am not afraid of working, and I'm used to working long hours. So when it's needed, I would dig in.
It's very obvious that you're a hard worker, and thank you for providing that information. You have a very strong background, and I am very happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here, Mr. Forsell, in person. Appreciate that. Your resume is really, really impressive. You've got about 24 years of experience in finance. You've been with Cambi since 2018, and you work with Mr. Claes, it says. Is that correct?
Sorry?
You work with Mr. Claes as well?
In the audit committee, yes. We are it's the 2 of us that forms the audit committee of Cambi.
Absolutely. Our team did a very comprehensive evaluation of your application. No concerns. I'm more than happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Eric Logberg come up.
Good morning again, Eric.
Skip David Kenyon, but go ahead. I'll have David go next.
I'll continue.
Yeah, go.
Eric Logberg. A bit short about my background and how I ended up here. I have a Master of Science in Electrical Engineering from the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm. Just when I finished my education, I learned about this opportunity to come to London and work as a trader for Unibet. And with my interest for sports and maths and poker at the time, it sounded like the dream job. So I went. And I've stayed, and it's still the dream job, to be honest. That sportsbook then obviously, as Anders went through, became Kambi in the end with the spin-off. But I've been with it for soon 20 years now, actually. And since Kambi was founded, I've held a few different positions in the management team, always stayed close to the product side and product development. So today I'm managing director for Kambi Sportsbook. So I oversee the whole operation across our engineering teams and trading and risk management. I work a lot with our product development and strategy. And I work very closely also with the commercial side of Kambi to help driving the growth of Kambi and adapt our product strategy accordingly. It's me. Happy to be here.
Thank you very much. Again, glad you're here and appreciate you answering our previous questions. Again, your background is very stellar. Tell us a little bit how the transition worked where you're now managing director. What does that change for you on a day-to-day basis?
So I was, you asked earlier about the 4 divisions we have. Right. So as we introduced them, we did a changed on my role as well. Before I was COO for all of Kambi, which essentially was the Kambi Sportsbook then, before we had the Abios and the Shape. So to a large extent, that my role is very similar still. I head up all the departments involved in creating our product. The one thing that's changed, and I think has been very good for us, has been I get more involved in actually our commercial strategy now. So we have a very close collaboration and tie product strategy with commercial strategy better together at Kambi nowadays.
Great. And again, very, very impressive background, and your many years with the company is very impressive. It shows when somebody moves up to just knowing all the different things that are required by the company. I always think that's very impressive. So I congratulate you on that and commend you for staying with the company for so long and watched it grow. I didn't have any questions about your application, just very proud to have you here in front of us and explaining a little bit about Kambi and yourself. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Watkins.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here today. So you graduated with a master's in electrical engineering. And what was your plan upon graduation?
Actually, I was applying for 2 jobs at the time. One at ABB, do you know the big Swedish company, which is would more be the regular normal route, I guess, with that education to start working for a company like that or Ericsson. As I remember it, didn't get that job. We were only 2 left or so. So then I felt instead, let's take this opportunity and try with Unibet and move from Stockholm for a while. I only planned to actually stay for a year or so. It was my first job at the time, but I loved it, and I loved London as well, and stayed in London for 17 years and moved back to Sweden 3 years ago. But it's a very broad education. I specialized in applied mathematics, so you can really go anywhere. As I guess this shows, didn't really plan to go into gaming when I started education.
Oh, okay. It seems like you've known what you wanted to do for quite some time. You started in 2005, setting betting odds in London, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a very long and extensive career, great education, good background, no issues or concerns came up during your investigation, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Again, welcome. Thank you for being here. I want to get the pronunciation right. Lodberg?
Lodberg.
Lodberg.
Or in Swedish, Lögdberg.
Okay. you've got a lot of responsibility here. You report directly to Mr. Becker, correct?
Correct.
And how many direct reports do you have?
I have 5 direct reports to me.
Okay, but you oversee all 4 divisions?
No,
To some
I oversee
extent?
my division. No,
Okay,
all 4 divisions report directly to Vanguard.
okay. Let's see. It says you have operational relationships with 4 product divisions, is that right?
Yeah, so to deliver our full product,
Right.
we use the services of Shape and of Tesseract.
And Avios.
And Avios, yeah.
Very good. Okay, great. Yeah, you have an excellent resume as well, very well educated, long history, worked in London for quite a while.
Yes.
And so you were born in Stockholm and your wife is born in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Correct.
How did you two get together?
So we met in London 9 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And we had 2 children now. They are 5 and 7 years old. I finally convinced her to move back to Sweden, as I felt it was a bit easier life with small kids.
Ah, excellent.
There's been a transition for her, tell you, the darkness and coldness. She loves the summer, but this time of year is a bit tough.
Did you get to learn any Spanish? Do you speak Spanish?
Portuguese.
Portuguese?
I've tried, but I've given up. I pick a bit up now from the kids.
Well, I'm excited to support your application, so good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll call up David Kenyon.
Hello again, board. Hello, David Kenyon, CFO. So yeah, I studied at Oxford University before moving to KPMG, where I qualified as a chartered accountant in the year 2000. I then moved, one of my first jobs was actually with the Unibet Group starting there in 2002. I joined as the group financial controller. And it was an amazing career, amazing time in my career, going through a listing and having a wide range of financial responsibilities at the Unibet Group. I left there to take on my first finance director role with a UK listed company in 2007, before actually returning to the Unibet Group a couple of years later. And I was actually involved with Christian, Anders and the team in the Cambi project, as was from the start, working on the business plan, setting up the corporate structure and the financial organization to support the growth of the business. I'm now the CFO. I've been CFO since the start. My responsibilities include all areas of financial reporting, financial controls, treasury, tax, forecasting, as well as, of course, I was talking earlier about investor relations and all the listed company requirements. And I'm also a director of some of the subsidiaries, including the applicant today, SIS. So I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you.
Very good. Glad you're here. Tell me a little bit, you're CFO for Cambi Group,
Yeah.
but you're president for Cambi USA. How does that 2 roles fit together?
Yeah, I mean, typically we put some of the more senior and qualified people in the business as directors of the subsidiaries, because they're the ones who are going to be tasked with making kind of important decisions for those subsidiaries on a day-to-day basis. So it's not the group strategic decisions which are taken by the board you see here today, but it's taking, signing contracts and making more day-to-day operational decisions on behalf of the subsidiary. So I'm a subsidiary for that, director for that US subsidiary. Eric, who just spoke, is also director of some of our other subsidiaries. So between the more senior management members, we take over those subsidiary directorships.
Good. Thank you for that. And you're oversee the legal department, correct?
Correct, yeah.
How about compliance? Where does that fit in?
Yeah, so that's also so I have various reports, but the chief legal officer reports to me, and then the compliance sits under him. So there's a whole team. I've mentioned earlier about the 15 legal and regulatory professionals. They report up under him as the CLO, and then he reports to me. So I
got it.
have some oversight.
Thank you. Again, your resume, your background, your time with the company, all very, very impressive. I didn't have any questions at all about your application. Very happy to support it and glad that you're here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being here today. Your education, or at least your master's, is in modern languages. Is that right? How do you go from modern language to CFO?
Good question. Yeah, well, originally I studied modern languages because I really enjoyed modern languages. I just enjoyed but the use of the language, the culture, French and German I studied. It was a wonderful 4 years. And
So do you speak French and German?
I do.
fluently?
And I joined the Unibet in 2002. If I'd known 23 years later I'd still be here, I probably should have learned Swedish as well, but I didn't. But no, so yeah, I'd say the degree helped my analytical skills. It's very much a degree about analytical way of thinking, and maybe that's helped my career. But when I finished, I just needed to get a job, and there weren't many jobs using languages. So
Understood. That makes perfect sense. You got to make a living, right?
yeah.
Okay, well, you know, you've had a variety of roles and a great history with the company. You have an excellent background. I don't have any questions or concerns, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman. I concur with everything that's been said. So the only question I have is, how was the 4 years at Oxford? What was that? That's got to be a really tough place to study.
It was wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing, beautiful place, beautiful minds. It's great, brilliant. Great 4 years.
I think that's where the U.S. Sends our Rhodes Scholars, right?
Correct. Yeah.
A lot of them.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, I
it's,
tried, but I didn't make it. So
it was a tough 4 years, but I loved it.
is Oxford the Harvard of Europe, or is
Yeah, Cambridge.
Harvard the Oxford of the US?
I think Oxford was the original. So.
Oxford's the original? Okay, very good. Good answer. Good answer. You have a stellar background, exemplary educational background, good work experience. I'm happy to support your application as well.
Thank you very much.
And we'll have Chris Saw come up.
Good morning again.
Good morning again, Chairman, board members. Very nice to be here today. Christopher James Saw, CTO of Cambi. I've been working in IT, computers, computer gaming, gaming, telecom networks for around 25 years now. It's been a long journey. I joined Cambi in 2010, reporting to the original CTO at the time, helping build up the company as it broke out of Kindred Group. And then eventually about 4 years ago, moved into the CTO role. In the CTO role, I work across our divisions with technical strategy, cybersecurity, and technical compliance is my focus, making sure that we have a good product for the future, that it's safe and secure, and also is compliant with the many regulations that we have to adhere to. Look forward to your questions.
Great. Again, pleased to have you here, and really appreciate all your answers to our questions earlier as we got a little bit into the weeds there in the technological side. You said that you oversee cybersecurity. And does the company have a chief of information security officer?
No, within our information security management system, I wear that information security officer hat as well. Okay. So I'm directly responsible for information security reporting to Werner on our strategy towards what we need to worry about.
Do you separate those functions between your role in the technology side of I need these products and the security side of I need these products more importantly to protect? Yeah.
I mean, that's why that part reports directly to me versus Eric taking ownership of the actual production of the product on a day-to-day basis. Good. So we create an appropriate separation there.
Good. And we touched a little bit earlier on the servers. Where are the most of the servers for the company? Are they in Sweden?
No, they're not in Sweden. We have over 40 different co-location points around and thousands of servers. They're in Europe, split between Belgium, Spain, Malta. We obviously have something in every state. We're active here in the US and some larger co-location in New Jersey as well as in Pennsylvania.
And data centers, I assume the same thing, spread out all over.
Correct. We work with major data center vendors who are all following appropriate security guidelines and make choices appropriate to the jurisdiction they're in if they need to be licensed or not, for example.
Great. Thank you. Again, with everybody else, very stellar background, your experience with the company, your experience in education, in technology makes me very comfortable in supporting your application and appreciate you being with us here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Watkins.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. You know, you shared with us just only a little bit about your background, but I see that you have some interesting history. You were born in Australia.
Yes, I'm a dual citizen of Australia and Sweden.
Yeah, and how did you make it to Sweden?
the time, it was the early 2000s and the internet was taking off. A venture capital company invested in a project that I was working on remotely online, and they offered me a job. It seemed like a very good opportunity.
And how old were you when that occurred?
I think I would have been 18,
Oh, okay. Okay.
maybe 17.
Wow, adventurous then.
Yeah.
And you were also a aircraft technician
Yes, I
in the
served-
Australian Royal Navy.
Served for a couple of years in the Royal Australian Navy, yes.
Mhm. A scuba instructor.
Yes, 15 years I've been a scuba instructor.
Very interesting. Well, thank you. I always find it interesting to see what people do before and outside of gaming. I think it adds to the full picture of who people are that are coming before us. So thank you for sharing that with us. I don't have any questions or concerns related to your application, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, George.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm also happy to support your application. You have a very good background, very well qualified. My agents did a very thorough job. Might as well give a shout out at this time to Eric
Agent Jackson. Very
Bartholomew,
helpful.
Micah Tepe, Scott Woodmar, Tina Logan, Chad Jackson, under the supervision of Jacob Abba, Alia Barbie, Russell Teggio, Nathan Allen, and Chief Hoffman. So they've done a very good job on all of your applications. We have plenty of material before us. I'm excited to support your application as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time of the investigation team. It was a long process and very diligent and very understanding of the data we had to gather for them.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I would also say for the record that all 7 of the individual applications have gone through the licensing approval process or review process in multiple jurisdictions, and we have that in front of us as well. Always part of our investigative process, and so commend all the applicants on that as well.
With your permission, we'll have Greg come up and address the order, the order of registration.
Please, Mr. Giordano.
Chairman, Chairman Hendricks, yes, we have reviewed the terms and provisions of the draft number 1 proposed form of order registration for Cambi Group dated November 21st, 2024, and find its terms and provisions to be appropriate in circumstances, particularly in view of Cambi Group being a foreign registered public trade corporation.
Thank you for putting that on the record. And we touched earlier a little bit on the compliance plan. Is it my understanding that the first draft of compliance plan has been submitted?
I don't think it has yet.
Okay, but we're close on getting that
Very
submitted.
close.
Okay, great. And that's obviously part of the order, that's a requirement. So glad to see that you're working on that. And let's talk a little bit about the request for withdrawals. We have files on each of the requested withdrawals and the stages they were at in the process. Is there anything either of you gentlemen would like to add about those?
No, 2 of the individuals left the company. Three of the people left the company. One didn't need to get licensed anyhow, and then we removed one of the individuals because of the change in ownership structure for Malta. We're good.
Okay, great. Anything else you gentlemen would like to add this morning?
Just again, thanks to the Gaming Control Board agents, all of them, they've led to a better company. Yes, it took longer, but in the process, this company has a better, more robust compliance system, and the agents were dynamite to work with. So.
Great. Thank you. Board members, anything else? Questions, comments?
Nothing further from me, Chair. I'm ready to proceed.
None by me. Thank you.
All right, then let's set up some motions. I think first we should take motions for the request to withdraw. We've got a couple different sets of those. Do you want to take those, Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would move that we accept the applications on the motions to withdraw as stated by Secretary Rupert. If you want, I can go through each one again, but I think she stated them in the beginning. Is that
Madam
sufficient?
Secretary, do you think we need to read them again for the record, or Attorney General's office?
Mr. Chair, I believe it's fine. It was read into the record at the beginning of the matter. Thank you.
Great. So we will take that, and those would be without prejudice.
Without prejudice, correct.
All right, then, Madam Secretary, call for the vote on the motions to withdraw the applications. not regarding the ones pertaining to board action only.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Now we had some applications that required board action only. Judge, do you have a motion on those?
Motions to withdraw?
Yeah.
Would that be the application for licensure as sole shareholder of Cambi? Is that the first one?
No, these would be the board consideration only, which would be applications for registration as a minority equity interest holder or director as noted on the agenda. Withdrawals for those.
Would you mind
Go
reading
ahead,
those?
yeah, just read those back into the record and we'll take a motion from that.
You have the request to withdraw the applications of Cambi Malta Limited, Cambi Group PLC, Cambi Sportsbook PLC, Daniela Cuscieri, David Kenyon, and Henry Dymek for registration as a minority equity interest holder or director as noted on the agenda.
Thank you. So we take a motion on that, Judge?
Move to accept those applications for motions to withdraw.
Withdraw without prejudice.
Without prejudice.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Bringing us then to a motion on the remaining applications, including the order, as Mr. Giordano stated, draft number 1, dated 11/21/24.
Very well. I would move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission the non-restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert to include the order of registration draft number 1 dated 11/21/24.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Gentlemen, did we miss anything?
You got it all.
All right, very good. That brings us then to non-restricted item number 2. Mr. Giordano, are you handling that?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Yes, Chairman Hendricks.
I'm sorry, before you begin, I do need to read that item in.
Yes, sir.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of Cambi Group PLC for a continuous or delayed public offering.
Go ahead now, Mr. Giordano.
Very good. Thank you. For the record again, Chairman Hendricks, Member Dr. Watkins, Member Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano appearing on behalf of the applicant from McDonald Carano, Cambi Group PLC in connection with a request for approval of continuous or delayed public offering. Like other foreign public companies that have been received these before, Cambi qualifies because first of all, it has a class of securities listed on the NASDAQ First North Growth Market since 2014. And secondly, in respect to the other requirement, Cambi has filed all equivalent reports required to be filed by it with the Swedish Financial Supervisory Authority and NASDAQ Stockholm AB, the approved operator of the NASDAQ First North Growth Market. And we have reviewed, Mr. Chairman, draft number 1 of the proposed form of order dated November 21st, 2024, and find its terms and revisions to be appropriate under the circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano, and thank you for putting on the record the qualifications under NGC Regulation 16.115. I believe it's also your opinion that the First North Growth Market at ASDAQ Stockholm meets the requirements of Regulation 16.115. Is that what you've stated for the record?
Correct, under subsection 1A.
Very good. And the company currently has no plans for a public offering, is that correct?
That's correct. It's for contingency purposes only, for future planning, perhaps to cover anything might happen, whether it be an acquisition, refinancing, just to add to capital, working capital, but no specific plans at this time for any particular offering to be conducted under the continuous or delayed public offering approval.
Very good. Thank you for that explanation. And you stated that draft number 1, 11/21/24 is in order, accurate, and acceptable. So I would, unless the board members have questions or comments, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted number 2.
I don't have any questions.
Everything seems to be in order.
I'd be happy to make that motion. I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert to include the shelf order draft number 1 dated 11/21/24.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On a personal, I want to thank Member Watkins for her service to this date. And it's a pleasure to work with you over the years. And I wish you very much success in your future endeavors. So thank you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure having you appear before us.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here with us today. We appreciate it. I think probably for the court reporters' purposes, we're going to need to take 5 minutes. Is that enough? We'll take a 5-minute recess. And then for those of you following along on the restricted calendar, we had that starting possibly at noon as a housekeeping matter. I find it very difficult that we'll be starting at noon. So I would tell you to plan closer to 12:45 or 1 o'clock before we get to the restricted agenda. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, then let's go back on the record. And we are at non-restricted item number 3, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Nancy Lou Dyfick for temporary licensure as the personal representative for the estate of Bruce Douglas Dyfick.
Hello,
Mr. Gottwald.
Dennis Gottwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. Hopefully joining us by Zoom is Nancy Dyfick. She's been before you before. This is merely a renewal of a temporary license for her as representative of her deceased husband's estate. We are close to her transferring that interest or converting that interest to membership interest and transferring that, but we're not there yet. So thus we have the necessity to extend her approval a little bit. And with that, hopefully we can answer any questions. And
Is there a way to, I can't see from this monitor, is Ms. Dyfick online? Well, I think you summarized it very well, Mr. Gottwald, and my understanding is this request is only for a year this time. Is that correct?
Yep.
And we believe that everything that needs to get done will make it safely within that year time frame.
At this point, easily, we never know how the world will work out, but we're hoping this next quarter.
Okay.
That's our best guess.
And I wasn't on the board the first couple times, but I understand that those first 2 requests were for the same reason. It's just a matter of tying up the estate, right? And at this point, you said we're getting very close to that happening, so a year should be more than sufficient.
That's exactly correct.
Okay, well, can't tell if Ms. Dyfick is online, but with that explanation, I'm fine with moving forward. Board members, did you have questions for Mr. Gottwald? Do you need to speak to Ms. Dyfick?
I don't need to speak to Ms. Dyfick, but I understand she has no intent in becoming involved in gaming in Nevada, just as previously represented to us. And I understand that there's a plan in place at this time for her to divest. That's correct?
That's exactly correct.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Great. Judge Assad?
It's very straightforward. I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And Dr. Watkins, thank you for putting that on the record. This situation should resolve itself and hopefully within the next few months. And
We sure hope.
we wish her well. And I'm sorry we weren't able to get the AV hooked up, but you did a very fine job, Mr. Gutwald, of explaining where we're at with this application. So I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 3.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I would make that motion. I move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission adoption of non-restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert with the following condition, condition that the limited license is to expire at midnight of the January 2026 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard.
Mr. Gutwald, do you understand and agree with that condition?
Agreed.
Very good. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you very much, and please pass along our condolences again to Ms. Dyfick.
Will do.
Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Frank Casella for licensure as a key executive at HR Las Vegas LLC.
Good morning.
Dennis Gutwald with the law firm in McDonald Carano. With your permission, I'll have Frank tell you a little bit about himself, his career, how he got here today, and we can go from there.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Frank Casella, Senior Vice President of Finance for Hard Rock Las Vegas. Thanks for considering my application. Happy to be here this morning. By way of introduction, I'm a Las Vegas native, but during high school, I moved back to Pennsylvania and went on to attend Penn State University. I graduated from Penn State with a degree in accounting. After graduating, I went on to work for KPMG in public accounting in New York. While I was in New York, I obtained my CPA license in the state of New York and primarily focused on audit clients in the financial services sector. After about 5 years at KPMG, I moved back out to Las Vegas and joined PricewaterhouseCoopers, at which time I really got into the gaming industry from an audit perspective. Audited tribal casinos, public casinos, worked a lot on SEC filings and traveled around the country quite a bit for all variety of casino companies. In 2006, I joined Wynn Resorts Limited in their corporate finance department. For about 8 years, I was in corporate at Wynn Resorts, primarily working on SEC reporting, responsible for all of the annual filings and implementing new accounting standards. In 2013, I was given the opportunity to go to Macau to be the Senior Vice President and CFO for Wynn and Encore Macau. So I was there for close to 5 years, responsible for all the finance operations at that property, and also assisted in the opening of Wynn Palace. After about 5 years in Macau, I was wanted to come back to the U.S. and was able to come back and be part of the opening team at Encore Boston Harbor, and got that property opened in 19 and was responsible for the operations, finance operations at that property. And then during COVID, I left Wynn and joined Hard Rock. I initially joined Hard Rock in Florida, was part of their corporate team, corporate finance team, and then was given the opportunity to return back to Las Vegas, my home, and be part of the Mirage acquisition. We took over the Mirage. We operated it for about 1.5 years, and obviously, as you know, closed it in July. And we're looking forward to opening Hard Rock Las Vegas.
Very good. Thank you. Pleasure having you here in front of us here today. Extremely impressive background in the gaming industry, long history. Tell us a little bit about your duties and responsibilities, where the company's at now in the construction phase, and what your duties and responsibilities will be when the company reopens as Hard Rock.
Sure. The construction began immediately after closure in July. Right now, it's a full construction zone. We have a few trailers behind the Mirage that have security facilities and some finance and accounting personnel. Immediately after, a large focus was just getting the property liquidated of the assets, the furniture, and so forth. That's happened. Construction is progressing very positively. Most of the work is still
in its demolition phase. You can see the volcano has been demolished and torn out. And if you drive by, you can see that most of the front drive is a construction zone. Some of the pilings have gone up for the new guitar tower, which is going to be over 700 feet tall, 650 suites. It's going to be a full redesign of the 3,000 room Mirage Tower, full redesign of the casino, a redesign of the pool. There'll be an additional pool for the guitar tower. So we're looking forward to that. Currently, my responsibilities include a lot of budgeting, forecasting for the pre-opening efforts, developing staffing compendiums, purchasing compendiums, and task compendiums for the opening. And when we open in 27, my responsibilities will be responsible for the entire finance operations, similar to what they were for the Mirage.
Great. And you mentioned the kind of early stages of construction, still at demolition phase. Is it on time at this point?
Everything's on time and on schedule. Yes.
Great. And your background in finance, what's your training in Anti-Money Laundering, Bank Secrecy Act? Do you have specific training in that? And do you have overseeing of any role of that when the company is back online and operating?
Yeah, we have, in my past, I've had those compliance areas report up to me. They won't report to me. The compliance will report to the legal team at the Mirage. But our cage and casino teams are constantly undergoing training for anti-money laundering and all of the regulations involved.
Do you anticipate that you personally would sit on the AML or the compliance committee or both?
We have I have sat on the compliance committee in the past. I would anticipate for the specific property. There's a broader compliance committee at the corporate, which the property committee would report up to.
Finance sits at the property level, AML?
Yes.
Yeah, good. I'm very happy based on your education, your experience, obviously your very long history in the gaming industry. Very happy to support your application. Appreciate you being with us today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Dr. Watkins.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. You mentioned just briefly what you're doing as the property is closed. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, so sure. We for the several months after we closed, and quite honestly, even still now, there's quite a bit of post-closure activities that took place, whether it had to do with just liquidation of the property, getting everything cleaned out. We accepted chips at Treasure Island for 120 days. We dealt with that. There's still accepting Tito tickets. We had our closing audit from the Gaming Control Board. We're undergoing a year-end audit right now with Deloitte. So we're spending a lot of time with Deloitte on that audit. We had internal audits that we had to get done. So there was quite a bit of post-closure activity that was related to the operations. And now we're slowly shifting to, pre-opening efforts, staffing compendiums. We're meeting with the departments to develop organizational charts for the opening, compendiums for purchasing, task compendiums and so forth.
Thank you for expanding on that. Tell me about your experience in Macau. Are there, insights that you gained from your work there that lend themselves well to the industry here?
It was a fantastic experience to be over there and to just have my first executive leadership role there, and just to understand to lead a large team and to understand a different culture and to understand how to acclimate to a different culture, and to see a variety of departments to report up to me. And I've taken that with The experience there was, I was fortunate enough to be there during a very prosperous time. And I joined that property when it was somewhat of a well-oiled machine. So I learned a lot. I learned the way things are supposed to be. Took that experience with me to Boston when we opened that property, doing the same thing here so that I can, I know what the end goal is and how departments should operate. It's not always easy to get them to operate when you open, but we know where to go.
Well, thank you for sharing that experience. I'm sure you'll do well here, whether it's your experience with KPMG, Pricewaterhouse, your education, or, the numerous properties you've worked at in the U.S. and abroad. I think you have the right experience, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Judge Assad?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Nice to be here. Thank you. Why didn't you bring your dad?
He's probably betting horses.
I haven't seen your dad in probably 10 years. And we were talking about you. You just got the job, I think, in Boston, and he was beaming with pride.
Okay, good.
He was so proud of you. I can't begin to tell you. And then I had a case against him, I don't know, 90s, somewhere in the 90s, where he was running the Desert Inn.
Mm-hmm.
And this patron had a compulsive gambling problem and ran up a bunch of markers and couldn't pay. So I had to negotiate some kind of a compromise with your dad. And I got to tell you, he is one tough cookie.
Yep.
Very tough guy to negotiate with. So please tell him I said hello.
I will. Thank you.
Is he doing well?
He's doing well. Thank you. Yeah.
Good. So how did you enjoy, what was it, 4 years or so in Boston?
Yeah, about a little over 3.
3
3
years.
Yeah, it was a great city to live in, and it was a little different during COVID and things shut down. But yeah, it's a nice, a lot of sports teams and things to do, so it was fun.
Did you become a Red Sox fan?
I lived 5 minutes away from Fenway, and it was go to.
Oh, so you're on Ave near
Ave,
Kenmore
yeah.
Square?
Near Charles Gate East.
Right by, but
Yeah.
Fenway is right there in
Yep.
Kenmore Square. So you were
Yeah.
like, so that's quite a hike to Everett to get to work, right?
Yeah, it was about 6 or 7 miles, but
Yeah.
could take 45 minutes depending on what traffic was like.
Traffic is tough
Yeah.
back there. Yeah. So what was your favorite team? Did you become a Celtics fan, a Patriots fan, a Red Sox fan, or all three?
Not all three. Not all three. Probably probably Red Sox fan.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Well, your education is excellent. Penn State. Your work history is beyond exceptional. You've got plenty of work experience in the industry. No concerns. I'm more than excited to support your application.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Gutwald, anything else?
No.
Very good. Again, thank you for being here today. I would entertain a motion then on this item.
Thank you, Chairman Hedrick. Make that motion, move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Much thanks to Senior Agent Mark Robertson on this, and we'll miss you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please reading the next item.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of M1 Gaming LLC doing business at Delta Saloon for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only.
Mr. McGinnis.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of M1 Gaming. In Carson City, appearing by video conference from the offices there, and we appreciate the dispensation to allow that. You will have Dean DeLulo for M1 Gaming, along with Tom Sullivan, the Director of Gaming for M1 Gaming, as well as James Grimes, who's the new landlord of the Delta Saloon. And I guess I would also just want to put on the record that I get great satisfaction of having this matter coming before you today, because I represented the last casino tenant at the Delta who had his lease terminated when his landlord was unable to be successfully licensed. So it's good to be part of something bringing gaming back to Virginia City. So I'll turn it over to Dean if that's all right for you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please introduce yourself for the record and give us a little presentation on what you plan on doing at the Delta Saloon.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Dean DeLulo. I'm the owner of M1 Gaming. I also own and operate the Carson Nugget Casino in Carson City, the Nevada Nugget Casino in Dayton, Nevada, and the M1 Gaming slot route. And we're very proud to add the Delta Saloon to our operations.
That's wonderful. It's obviously a very historical location, first licensed, I believe, back in 1958, correct?
I'm not sure where the first license is, but I think the property was actually established as a saloon in 1863 when Abraham Lincoln was president. So it goes back over 160 years. Quite an iconic and historic property.
That's great. Wonderful history, and I'm sure it'll be a great addition for the community to have it back up and running and reaching its glory days again. So I didn't have any questions. We have a very detailed background on the property and obviously on you. As you stated, you're currently licensed in several locations here in Nevada, so didn't have any questions about you or your company being able to properly operate this wonderful historic property. So I appreciate you being with us here today. Dr. Watkins, do you have questions?
Good morning, and thank you for being up in the Carson City office. I don't have any questions or concerns. I've read through the report. Just want to say congratulations on, getting this property up and running. It's my understanding that the residents are very excited about it. So congratulations and good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Mr. DeLulo, nice to see you, although through video. Congratulations on this acquisition. I went through the report. I have no concerns, no questions at all. Have you gone over the conditions?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, we've reviewed the conditions and they're acceptable.
Any objection? Any? Okay, very good. That's all I have. I'm happy to support your application.
Mr. McGinnis, anything else?
Just would like to thank Agent Michelle Friedlander and Supervisor Matt Doyle, who were wonderful to work with on this.
And the other gentlemen who were there with us in Carson City, anything else you'd like to add for the record or presentation this morning?
No, but I'm Jim Grimes, and I bought the Delta Saloon back in May. A little background on me is I'm a concrete contractor. I was born and raised in Sparks, Nevada, born in Reno, raised in Sparks, Nevada, and went to work in concrete in 1976 and became a concrete contractor in California and Nevada. I've built a couple of structures you may know about, Golden One Arena being one where the Sacramento Kings play. I'm doing the California State Capitol right now. I sold half of my company to some employees, so this is me in retirement. The Delta Saloon became available, and I had enough horsepower to get it, and was super excited because I've been going there all my life since I was a little boy. So I'm super excited about getting it back up and running and back to where it once was. So we're getting close. We've got the steakhouse open now. We have food in the bar. We have banquet facilities. We've rebuilt the structural problems, fixed the plumbing problems, got the kitchens in. So we're excited to bring this next phase, the gaming back in there. So I think the town is very excited about it, and so am I. And I appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you being here and appreciate what you're doing for the community and the property, and wonderful to hear your story about being there since you were a little boy. That's wonderful.
Yeah, thank you.
Board members, anything else for Mr. Grimes?
No, sir.
Great. Thank you again.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else need to add anything for this item? Seeing not, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 5.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll be glad to make that motion. I would move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert with the following conditions. The location is limited to the operation of 48 slot machines. The number of slot machines may not be increased and live games may not be added without prior administrative approval of the Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. Second condition, prior to the issuance of the state gaming license, the surveillance system must be installed, inspected, and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of the Vanguard Group for a waiver as an institutional investor of the requirements of Nevada Revised Statute 463, subsection 4, as noted on the agenda, and for a waiver of the time limitations of commission action effectiveness as noted on the agenda.
Mr. McGinnis.
Hey, good morning again, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of the Vanguard Group. On Zoom, you should have Ben Alden and Paul Scott. I know that they were able to connect on. I don't know if you see them
Don't
yet.
see them on our monitors. Are we able to tell, Madam Secretary, if they are hooked up?
They are hooked up. I believe we are just waiting for them to be promoted or accept the
Okay,
promotion.
let's hold on a minute then, see if we can see and hear them.
Okay, there's Ben. And I see Paul Scott listed
Okay.
there too.
What shows on those monitors to the audience? The same thing we're seeing?
Yes,
Okay.
but they are visible on the YouTube feed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got Mr. Alden.
Yeah. And I believe Mr. Scott ought to be coming on as well. We
we
appreciate
go.
the Zoom appearance, and we also appreciate Madam Secretary getting us the Zoom link in time to get this done. This is the second renewal of Vanguard's institutional investor waiver. The first one took place 6 years ago as a 3-year approval, and we came back again 3 years later, and this is another round of that. I do want to thank Agent Patrick Brown and Supervisor Jake Abba for working on this. Did a fantastic job. Also want to reference, we did send in a PowerPoint to Madam Secretary that I understand she shared with you. We do want that to be treated confidentially. I was going to turn it over, if it's acceptable, to Mr. Alden to sort of provide an overview of Vanguard and address a lot of the items and sort of discuss some of the things in the PowerPoint, if that works with you.
Great. Yes, thank you, Mr. McGinnis. Mr. Alden, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can. Very good. Please go ahead. Obviously, as Mr. McGinnis stated, we understand this is the third time for this application, and we have a very detailed file and workup and explanation on the request for the applications, but would love to hear an update from you and from Mr. Scott, if appropriate.
All right. Well, thank you. Good morning. My name is Ben Alden, and I'm a principal of the Vanguard Group, Inc. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify before you today and to seek the renewal of our order, which was granted on January 24th, 2019. And renewed on January 20th, 2022, for waivers as a result of our institutional investor status. I will first discuss Vanguard generally, and then go into detail on our investment approach and how we vote proxies for the securities that we hold. As you may know, Vanguard is a U.S. registered investment advisor whose mission is to take a stand for all investors, treat them fairly, and give them the best chance for investment success. From its start over 45 years ago, Vanguard has focused on this mission through its structure, which remains unique in the mutual fund industry, where individual investors own each of the Vanguard funds that in turn own the Vanguard Group. As a result, we're not accountable to a separate group of public or private owners seeking profits, only to the clients who have entrusted their assets to our care. In pursuit of our mission to give investors the best chance for investment success, all of the equity funds over which Vanguard has investment and voting discretion either utilize an index or a quantitative strategy. Each of the several hundred funds that we manage has its own objective or mandate and its own shareholder base. In the aggregate, these funds invest in businesses across a wide range of industries. Each fund's ownership is driven by its investment objective and is for investment purposes only, not to gain any sort of control or influence over the companies in which it invests. The Vanguard index funds invest in the components of a specified reference index, which is developed and maintained by an independent third party, such as the S&P 500, and by holding securities in the approximate proportion that they're represented in the index. Vanguard index funds seek to track a benchmark's performance over time. Vanguard funds that implement a quantitative strategy use algorithms to evaluate and select from all of the securities in which the fund may invest based on its mandate. For example, small cap versus large cap versus growth versus value. Through both of these channels, Vanguard funds have purchased and currently own publicly traded stock issued by gaming companies that are licensed by state regulatory bodies. The Vanguard funds invest in several gaming companies that do business in Nevada. The fund's acquisition or disposition of these stocks is driven by two things. The first is cash flow into or out of a fund that has a benchmark or uses a quantitative model that includes the stock in question. As clients entrust more of their assets with us and in turn invest more in our funds, the funds in turn must purchase more of the securities in their respective benchmarks or models. The second is changes in the weighting or inclusion of the stock in the benchmark or quantitative model. Periodically, index providers rebalance their benchmarks, resulting in changes in their constituents and relative weightings. In order to track the benchmark, the funds will adjust their holding accordingly, resulting in purchases or sales of the impacted stocks. Similarly, refinements by our quantitative equity group to quantitative models in response to market events will result in portfolio changes such as purchases and sales of the underlying stocks over time. In all of these cases, the decision to own more or less of a particular stock are driven by client decisions to own more or less of a particular fund, or by changes in the benchmark or quantitative model that the fund is following. These ownership decisions are not driven by an interest in assuming control or influence over the underlying companies. Once a fund owns shares of a company's stock, it does have, as do other shareholders of the company, the right to vote its shares at the company's annual meeting. As a practical matter, most shareholders typically vote their proxy as opposed to attending the shareholder meetings and voting in person. Thus, this is typically referred to as proxy voting. The board of each Vanguard fund is required to ensure that it votes proxies in the best interest of that particular fund. After taking into account that fund's interests, not the interests of Vanguard or any other fund. To comply with its fiduciary duty, each board has adopted proxy voting guidelines and procedures applicable to the Vanguard advised funds. The board has tasked the investment stewardship group, an operating group within Vanguard, with the day-to-day function of voting proxies for each of the funds pursuant to their guidelines. Each board has also tasked the investment stewardship oversight committee, made up of senior Vanguard officers, a majority of whom are also officers of each fund, with oversight of the performance of the proxy voting function and implementation of the procedures and guidelines. The committee reports directly to each fund's board. I want to conclude by confirming how seriously Vanguard takes its regulatory compliance obligations. From pre-trade compliance oversight from our risk management group to post-trade monitoring by our fund compliance team, all are supported by the fund's chief compliance officer under the auspices of the offices of the general counsel, from which Paul comes. Ensuring that we're always doing the right thing is part of Vanguard's DNA. We respect the important role that gaming laws and regulations play in ensuring the integrity of the businesses and people who operate them. We're grateful for the approval of our waiver request in 2019 and renewal in 2022, and we appreciate another opportunity to come in front of the board and speak on this matter. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Alden. Excellent presentation, and you answered a lot of my questions and a lot of the requirements necessary, as you've seen from your past two applications. There's certain requirements that Nevada regulators require to meet an exception for these waiver requests. So I appreciate you putting most of that on the record. Mr. McGinnis, why don't you go ahead and for the record explain why Vanguard Group meets the requirements for a waiver under NGC Regulation 16.430?
Well, it sort of echoes what Mr. Alden referenced. Vanguard is a registered a company that would qualify as an institutional investor. It holds its interest in Nevada gaming registered companies for investment purposes only. They do not engage in activities that would seek to change the corporate charter, that would seek to influence management or operations or do anything related to control of a company. They essentially limit their role to voting shares like any other shareholder would have the right to vote. So they comply in that standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. And Mr. Alden, I believe you made representations to the fact of what Mr. McGinnis just stated, is that is the company's absolute requirements, and they follow that very strictly. Again, this is your third request, so you're very familiar with Nevada's regulatory requirements. And for the record, to my knowledge, Vanguard has been timely and accurate on all of its required reporting instances to the board over the past two required waiver time periods. So I feel very comfortable in supporting this one again, as I would also say that it's important for Nevada's gaming industry and Nevada's economy that respected investment companies like Vanguard see that being invested in Nevada's industry and Nevada's economy is important to you and your members. So I commend you and welcome you to continue to be involved in our economy. Board members, did you have questions for Mr. Alden or Mr. McGinnis?
Good morning to you both, and thank you for being here. I don't have, well, I do have one question. I just wanted to clarify for the record, you said essentially that this waiver request is similar to the others, and in that you meant that it'd be for 3-year period as well.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be for a 3-year period.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And understanding that the procedures and internal controls are in place with the company, and the company will not interfere with the processes as the limitations require, then I am in support of this application.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Mr. Alden, excellent presentation. Thank you for that. I just have a couple of quick questions for people who may not be too familiar with indexing and so forth. The gaming stocks that you hold in as a part of Vanguard's portfolio, are they do you market weight them, or are they equally weighted?
That will depend on the fund's mandate. And so, for example, our S&P 500 fund would have a market weight, I believe, according to that reference index. I don't believe we have an equal weighting fund, but if we can come back to you if that's not the case.
Okay, very good. And could you explain a little bit about your fee structure? Are there any front loading fees, or how do you make the money?
So the Vanguard funds make money through their expense ratio. Vanguard does not charge kind of 12B1 or front-loaded fees. Merely a low cost that you've heard me refer to S&P 500. Our VOO is our S&P 500 ETF, has an expense ratio of 3 basis points. So for about $10,000 invested, I believe that would be around $3.
Right. Okay. And the market's been doing very well lately. What do you attribute that to?
Oh, that's that one's going to be a bit beyond me. One of the great parts about Vanguard, our philosophy, is buying the market, being diversified, and being long-term focused. Paul is a lawyer. Maybe you have a view, but I certainly don't.
No, I think you're exactly right. And Vanguard's philosophy is to not worry about what's going on in the marketplace, but to just be fully invested in a diversified long-term portfolio.
Good, sound financial advice. Thank you. I'm happy to support this application. It's very straightforward.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Alden, briefly for the record, why don't you address how Vanguard monitors the threshold limits and assures that they aren't exceeded? You touched a little bit on their presentation. If you could just briefly put that on the record.
Sure. Vanguard has monitoring systems designed to identify when the holdings of a Vanguard fund or the Vanguard funds in total of any stock approach an investment limitation so that we can take the appropriate action. Our legal compliance department and our enterprise financial services team are primarily responsible for monitoring the Vanguard funds holdings for the purposes of reviewing ownership limitations. In addition, our risk management group has put pre-trade monitoring in place to prevent any trade from exceeding a designated limit.
Thank you. Mr. McGinnis, anything else you'd like to add? I understand.
I'm looking at draft number 1 of the order dated December 30th, 2024, and it's an acceptable form. It's substantially the same as the existing order, which they're well familiar with.
Great. So you've reviewed that,
Yes.
and thank you for putting on the record that you agree with it. So with that, I would entertain a motion on this item.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll be glad to make that motion. I would move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert with the institutional investor waiver order draft number 1 dated 12/30/24.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. And Member Watkins, I do want to also thank you for your service to the state on the Gaming Control Board. It's been a pleasure appearing before you, and I wish you all the best in the future.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having you before us.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you all.
All right, then, Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to non-restricted item number 7, correct?
Correct. Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Shortline Gaming LLC and Shortline Express Market for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of the Ernest A. Becker IV Family Trust for registration as a holding company and for licensure as a member and/or shareholder as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Ernest Becker IV, Alexis Riggs, and Joseph Riggs II for finding of suitability as a trustee and/or beneficiary as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Giminani.
Hello, I'm Greg Gimignani from the law firm of Dickinson Wright, representing Shortline Gaming and Ernie Becker on Shortline's behalf. We appreciate you granting the waivers of appearance for Ernie and for Dwayne Shields. The matter before you is really an estate planning matter in which Mr. Becker is transferring his interest in the Shortline Gaming entities from a trust with his former spouse into a new trust in which his grandchildren are also co-trustees. Mr. Becker's been a longtime licensee, and he and his family are woven into the fabric of the history of Southern Nevada, and I think he's fairly well known. Our understanding is the investigation revealed no issues of concern. And with regard to Shortline itself, we expect that operations will continue as they have been, with Dwayne Shields being the managing member, primarily handling the day-to-day business of the operations. Other than this brief overview, I really don't have any affirmative presentation. But we would like to thank Agent Bridges and Supervisor Bradford for their hard work. And with that, we'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Giminani. And yes, you're absolutely correct. The Becker family has a long tradition here in gaming industry, as well as the real estate industry. And as you said, the fabric of Southern Nevada for many decades. And you and your family should be commended for that. And as you stated, Mr. Giminani, based on Mr. Becker's time in the industry, we didn't need him to appear before us today or to have Mr. Shields. There was no areas of concern at all. The reason why we asked Ms. Riggs and Mr. Riggs to appear before us today is because it's your first time seeking applications in front of Nevada's gaming regulators for finding a suitability to be involved in the gaming industry. And we always ask that you at least appear the first time so we can hear a little bit about you and hear what your role is going to be in the gaming industry. So Ms. Riggs, why don't you start? Tell us a little bit about your background and tell us what you do regarding Shortline.
Absolutely. Yes, this is Alexis Riggs. I want to say thank you to all of you for allowing us to be here today and hearing us. It's an honor. As far as my background, obviously I'm fairly young, as is my brother, so we don't have a lot of experience in the gaming industry. At the moment, we're not involved at all with the operation of Shortline. We're simply trustees of our grandfather's trust alongside him. My background, I've been born and raised here. Went to school at both UNR and College of Southern Nevada here in Las Vegas, and then transferred up to what is now Cal Poly Humboldt in Northern California for my education. I received 2 associate's degrees from CSN while I was there, and I was going to try to get my bachelor's degree at Humboldt State, and then COVID hit. Our grandfather needed assistance with the business side of things here, and so I abandoned my bachelor's degree. Hopefully one day I'll go back. I enjoyed just the learning environment, so if I have some time here between all the other things, I'll try and finish that out. I also have coached volleyball here in Las Vegas for probably 12 years, 11 years now. No, about 10. I still work for the Clark County School District as volleyball coach at Bonanza High School. And that's just kind of my after hours, aside from the real estate investment side of things that our grandfather has with his assets. And yeah, I think that's about it.
That's wonderful. Pleasure to have you here with us. And yeah, as you mentioned, you're spending most of your time doing real estate and learning that business, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, very good. And you got a great teacher from your grandfather on that, as well as the gaming side. You should obviously pick his brain and his expertise on everything he's done involved in the gaming industry as well.
Absolutely. And I don't know, you guys may or may not know my mother. She did have a gaming company of her own too. So she's been between her, our grandfather, other family members have been a big resource for us throughout this process, along with Agent Bridges and Agent Bradford. They've been wonderful to work with.
Yeah, that's great. Obviously, your mother's expertise and background and your entire family, that wonderful way to learn about the gaming industry from people who really saw the entire Southern Nevada gaming industry just explode. So that's great. And real estate as well. So wish you all the best on both of those.
Thank you.
Dr. Watkins, you have questions for Ms. Riggs?
Good morning, Ms. Riggs. Thank you for being here today. Congratulations. Well, assuming it goes forward on this application and entry into the field. You don't have, well, can you confirm whether you have plans on being engaged in the day-to-day operations of Shortline?
I do not have any plans on that at the moment. I don't think that's in the cards.
Not for the foreseeable future, but okay.
No.
All right. Thank you so much. I don't have any questions or concerns related to your application, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you.
Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here. I just want to say you have a golden opportunity to get a de facto master's degree in gaming and real estate. You have such wonderful resources around between your mother, your grandfather. We have a fantastic school here for gaming. It's called UNLV, but you don't need to go there. You have hands-on training if you want it. So I would encourage you to, try to explore your horizons a little bit, maybe take a look at the gaming side of things along with the real estate. That combination is what made your family very successful in this state. So good luck to you. I read your application. You're eminently qualified to be an heir and a beneficiary of this process. So I'm happy to support your application as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Riggs, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, and again, understand that you won't be involved in the day-to-day operations of Shortline. Tell us what you're spending most of your time on.
Well, good morning. Honored to be here. Pleasure to meet you all. As of now, I'm project manager for Ernie. We're doing some new build stuff and going into beginnings of that. Background, not much education. Started working when I was 18, various construction companies, and eventually, like my sister said, Ernie called us to help, and here we are. Short and simple, I guess.
That's great. And that's sometimes the best way to learn it, right?
Yeah.
Get your hands dirty.
Yeah.
Good for you. I didn't have any questions about your background or your ability to be a trustee to this estate. It's kind of what we mentioned to Ms. Riggs, that you have a wonderful opportunity to learn from your grandfather and multiple business, as well as the rest of your family that knows the industry so well. So to the judge's point, to take yourself an opportunity to learn that education from without reading books and sitting in classrooms. A lot better way to learn. And as you also probably saw, by going through our investigative process and by sitting through several hours of this meeting, we take compliance of the gaming industry very serious. So I would encourage both of you, if you ever have questions, lean on Mr. Giminani, lean on your family, lean on people who know what the rules are so that you don't step out of them. And the way to do that is always ask first. Even in just the estate planning side of things, if you're just a trustee, always best to ask before you do it, because there's a lot of gaming rules, a lot of regulations we have in place. Not meant to catch you in doing anything wrong. It's just making sure we do them on the right end and do them right the first time. Great. Pleasure having you here. Dr. Watkins, you have questions for Mr. Riggs?
Good morning, Mr. Riggs. Thank you for being here today. I agree with my colleagues that you all are surrounded by great people, and it's a great opportunity to learn. What are your future plans?
As far as working for the family business, taking that and, you know, developing more and managing what we have and keeping it alive, pretty much keeping the whole family name going for the most part.
Understood. Well, again, thank you for being here, and I am in support of your application to be a trustee.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman. Same spiel that I gave your sister. You know, you have a golden opportunity. Take advantage of it. The best education sometimes is hands-on, not through book learning. So go for it. And I'm happy to support your application as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Giminani, anything else you'd like to add?
No, I'd just like to thank Agent Bridges and Agent Bradford for their hard work. And respectfully request that you recommend approval of this matter.
Great. Thank you. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 7.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'll be glad to make that motion. I would move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Good luck to both of you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank Member Dr. Watkins for her service over the years, and to let her know that Professor Roberts and I, as faculty members of the LLM and Gaming Law program at Floyd Law School, are extraordinarily proud of what you've done, and we really look forward to what you're going to do in the future.
Oh my gosh. My sincere thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Please read in the next item, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Nicholas Fouts for licensure as a key employee at Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. For the record, Paula Graziano, President, Nevada Restaurant Services. Thank you for allowing me to fill in for Cannon, our General Counsel. He's under the weather today. Next to me is the applicant, Nicholas Fouts. I'm proud to endorse his application. He's a pleasure to work with. He's qualified, he's hardworking, and he's smart. And to top it off, he's a really nice guy. So with your permission, he has prepared a brief presentation about himself.
Thank you, Ms. Graziano. Always a pleasure to have you here, and our best wishes to Mr. Smith on getting well very soon. Mr. Fouts, pleasure having you here as well. Please tell us a little bit about yourself and your role with the company.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to appear in front of you. My name is Nicholas Fouts. I grew up in Richmond, Virginia. I played baseball and golf growing up throughout my childhood and high school. Upon graduating from high school, I attended Flagler College in St. Augustine, Florida, with the intention of pursuing a degree in sport management. After about a year, I realized I was more interested in hospitality, so I transferred to UNLV. In December of 2015, I graduated with a degree in hospitality management. I started at Dottie's in 2016 as a bartender, covering as many shifts as I could. And then shortly after that, I was asked to become an assistant manager. My responsibilities included overseeing and training my fellow bartenders. In 2019, I was promoted to a manager where I oversaw 6 locations. I was responsible for the overall compliance of the locations and asset protection. In 2022, I was fortunate enough to have a son, and being a dad has been the most rewarding experience of my life. I enjoy the challenge of raising my son and keeping a full work schedule. In 2024, I was asked to become a general manager, where I mentored 2 managers who oversee 14 locations. In July, I completed the Restricted Compliance Licensee Seminar, and most recently, I've been asked to help with special projects that focus on compliance and safety throughout our locations. If approved, I look forward to helping the company in any capacity that I can, regardless of whether it's direct supervision over managers or helping the company as a whole.
Thank you. Again, pleasure having you here. You mentioned you're working on a special project now without going anything proprietary. Tell us a little bit more about what that project is and what the time frame is and why you're the guy to do the job.
If I could answer that question, please. I wanted to focus on training and consistency. When I need help, I get the most capable people possible to do the job. This is where Nicholas comes into the picture. We organize our thoughts and updated some of our processes. Now we're in the middle of making sure everyone is properly trained with our updates. I'm blessed to work with such high quality people and appreciate their efforts in making us the best we can be for both our guests and our employees.
Great. Is there a particular part of the business or is it the entire business? What's the project focusing on?
Mostly it's communication, and we look at all of our policies on an annual basis, and I thought it was a good time to really look into each and every one of them and make sure we're consistent and we're compliant, and we communicate all the way down to the ground level. We have approximately a little over 2,100 employees now. So this job is pretty challenging, and I hope to be across the finish line pretty soon. But I definitely need people who are smarter than me to be able to talk to the people I need the message to get to.
Wonderful. Always good from a corporate structure to go back and look at those type of things. And congratulations and commend you for hiring 2,100 people in the company. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Mr. Fouts, my understanding is after this project's over, you will go back into a manager role, correct?
He will continue to assist managers, and
Not true.
Things might change.
He would, and in the middle of this, my request, I didn't realize he was under. I knew he was getting, his application was in, but I definitely didn't want to interrupt this process, and he definitely deserves to be in front of you guys. And if he goes back in the stores, I'm happy for that. And if he continues to help me with more projects, I have lots of projects. I would be happy to have him help me.
Great. Thank you that. Dr. Watkins, questions?
Yes. Just one question. What made you aware of the need to overhaul your standard operating procedures?
We do it continuously and anytime an issue comes up, we try to update our policies. We look back on how we handled things and what we could improve on. And I just had a feeling that it was time to really look at it in more depth.
Understood. So there wasn't a particular incident or anything that you said, okay, we have to change this.
No, and probably, as you know, as they mentioned earlier, that you were in charge of directives, and no one really wants to take on that project. So I might have forced assigned some people to take on that project.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I don't have any questions or concerns with regard to your background, so I'm happy to support the application.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have any questions. It's nice to see you again, Ms. Graziano.
Thank you.
And Mr. Fouts, impressive resume is for your young age. So you have a great opportunity to move up in this company. And I think it's a great idea that you implement these kinds of reviews so that not only can you improve the company, but you're also creating an incentive for your employees that there is upward mobility opportunities for them. So it's a great management technique to have as well. So it's pretty straightforward. I'm happy to support your application.
And I as well, Mr. Fouts, based on your education and experience, again, didn't have any questions about your background, but happy to hear about it and happy to support your application today. And Ms. Graziano, appreciate you being here with us today. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 8.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'll make that motion. I would recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you. We'd also like to thank our agents that worked on this for us. We appreciate their help. They're in Northern Nevada. I wasn't able to thank them myself, but I would love to over the internet.
Perfect.
Phil Friedlander and Matthew Dorn. Thank you.
Great.
Thank
And
you.
don't forget Luke.
Thank you.
Of course.
Don't forget Luke. Yeah. Thank you. Please read in the next item, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of Oliver Chow for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer and or director as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bermays.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Dr. Watkins. Dr. Watkins, you're leaving us. It's been a pleasure and honor to serve in front of you. Thank you, and best of luck with whatever you take on in the future. And good afternoon, Madam Secretary. For the record, Sonia Vermays from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my right is the applicant, Oliver Chow. He's the Vice President, Chief Financial Officer, and Treasurer for Light and Wonder, Inc. He also serves as Director, Treasurer, and Secretary of L&W, Inc. You have his investigative report in front of you. You'll see that he's worked in finance positions since he came out of college from the University of Albany in 2002. After working at Aristocrat for 5 years, he was hired as SVP of Corporate Finance for Light and Wonder in October of 2022. He was promoted to interim CFO less than a year later and became the permanent CFO in December of 2023. He has filed applications in over 200 jurisdictions by virtue of working with these two very prominent gaming companies. He has a very clean background, and he's looking for your recommendation for approval this morning or this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vermays. Good afternoon, Mr. Chow. Pleasure to have you here. Introduce yourself for the record and tell us a little bit about your background and your role with the company.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for having me today. My name is Oliver Chow, CFO, Treasurer of Light and Wonder. Born and raised in New York. I'm a New Yorker at heart. Grew up in Long Island. Went to school, as mentioned, at SUNY Albany, where then I started my career at JP Morgan on Wall Street for 3 years before playing golf at Torrey Pines in the middle of a snowstorm in New York and wanted to make my way west, true story, and landed in Los Angeles, where I spent about 11 years there working in various industries, primarily in the entertainment space. In 2016, had the fortunate opportunity to interview for Aristocrat Technologies. It was a practice interview more than anything else. My wife pretty much grew up in Los Angeles, so I had no intention of actually moving to Vegas, and here we are. So yeah, I spent 5 great years at Aristocrat, helping them build that business to the prominence that they are here today. Now doing the same thing for Light and Wonder, so glad to be here.
Pleasure having you with us. As Ms. Bermays mentioned, your background and your number of applications is quite impressive, and probably up there with the most we've seen. When you get up into the hundreds of applications, how arduous is it for you to go through multiple applications at the same time? Does that really fall on compliance and you to provide them the information, or does it become a second job?
It depends. It comes in waves, but yes, we have one of the best compliance teams in the industry, and so they've been absolutely helpful in getting through the multiple hundreds of applications. I think I've approved in 115 jurisdictions at this point. So yeah, the good news is pretty clean record. So happy to just provide updates as needed. And it's been a pretty great process overall across all the states.
That's great. And how many departments do you oversee at the company?
Yeah, I have 11 direct reports. And so I manage everything from corporate FP&A, finance and accounting, to shared services, facilities, I have IT as well. And so, yeah, quite a few direct reports.
And how many employees do you oversee out of those 11 direct reports? How many flow underneath?
Yeah, roughly about between 500 and 600 employees.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, very impressive. Based on your many times through the investigative and licensing process and through Nevada's process, which we know is quite thorough, as most people will say. I had no questions about your background, and obviously your education, your experience in the industry makes you very suited to be a licensee in the state of Nevada. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Dr. Watkins.
Good morning, and thank you both for being here today. You have tremendous education and experience, you know, and I mean, it's just very commendable. I appreciate you being here today, and I don't really have any questions or concerns, but I did want to ask you, you mentioned that you said it was pretty much a practice interview.
Yeah.
You know, you were certainly not going to move to Vegas. Why is that?
Did I move, or why did I?
Why didn't you want to move to Vegas?
It wasn't that I didn't want to move to Vegas. It just wasn't something I had strongly considered. My parents actually live in Las Vegas, so there was a bit of a draw. I hope my wife isn't watching, but yeah, she wasn't a big fan of moving to Vegas. But yeah, this is now home for me. I've been here since 2016. I have two daughters, 13-year-old and a 10-year-old, going through the education system here, and yeah, we love it here. So best move that I've made.
So you love it here now, right?
We do. Yes,
Okay.
this will be home for hopefully many, many more years to come.
Okay, good to know. Well, thank you. Like I said before, your experience is just profound, and it certainly seems like you were focused. Your career and education are commendable. I don't have any further questions, and I'm happy to support your application.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Nice of you to be here. Thanks for coming in. Mr. Vermey, it's always great to see you. I'm just want to commend you for, you have an excellent educational resume, but you had started out with a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration and graduated in 2002 from the University of Albany. And then it took about 14 years. You decided to go back and get a MBA. So I commend you for that. That's
forgot about that. Yeah.
pretty remarkable to have that length of time in between, but I guess you just wanted to improve your education, improve your resume, and just wondered what was the thought process at that point in your life to make you want to go back to, go out to UCLA from New York?
Yeah. So thank you for reminding me on that. I forgot to say that at the opening, but yes, I got my executive MBA at Anderson School of Management. What I wanted to do, and part of the strategy was for me to get experience in the field so that I can or could provide input and value to my classmates, as well as be able to apply the leadership and learnings that I received at Anderson. And so given where my family was at the time, this was actually before I decided to move to Las Vegas and take on this role. I had just accepted the UCLA program, and so I was commuting back and forth between here and LA for 2 years. But yeah, just a great experience, an amazing school, and great network that I've developed over the last several years.
Excellent, excellent. And you've got hundreds of other licenses and other jurisdictions in other states, and probably some pending as well, I would imagine. So you're eminently qualified for this. I'm more than happy to support your application.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Vermey, anything else you'd like to add?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Great. All right, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 9.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'll make that motion. I would move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 9 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let me deal with a little housekeeping matter here. Let's go ahead, Madam Secretary, and read in non-restricted item number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 are the applications of Timothy Lager and Leslie Martin for licensure as a key executive, as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary, Connor Shea, Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, Schreck. With me are the applicants, Tim Lager and Les Martin. These are the applications for their roles at Binion's and Four Queens in downtown Las Vegas. I'd like to first start by thanking Supervisor Moyle as well as Agent Olivier for their hard work on the applications. I was impressed with their level of review and questions. The applicants would like, with your permission, to tell you about their backgrounds, and then we're happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Shea. Good
How you
afternoon.
doing? Good afternoon. My name is Tim Lager. I'm the general manager of Binion's and Four Queens. I've been in the gaming industry for 40 years. Lucky enough, I've been with Terry Cottle for the last 32 years of that. Started with him as a manager of one of his bars, grew that into the director of operation over his bar division that grew from 3 to 15 locations. I was licensed multiple times during that in non-restricted and restricted. In 2008, when Terry purchased Binion's, he moved me there as a general manager. Then in 2015, when our director of operations left Four Queens, he moved me over there as a general manager there as well. And I've held that position since then.
Pleasure having you here. And yes, as you stated, you've been involved in gaming and finance for a very long time. And so happy to have you before us today, and enjoyed reading through your background and your experiences here in Nevada. I didn't have any questions for you. I guess the only thing I might ask is this your first time being licensed in Nevada, correct?
No. During that running the bar operations, I was licensed non-restricted and in restricted. I was actually licensed as
Mr. Martin's first time,
yes.
but you've been through the process many times.
Yes, I've been through many times, sir.
Gotcha. Very good. Well, pleasure to have you back before us again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Watkins.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. I've reviewed the report and given your long history in Nevada and with the company. I don't have questions or concerns and don't doubt your abilities. So again, thank you for being here. I'll support your application.
Thank you so much.
Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Lager, thanks for being here. Your application is fine. You have excellent background. You're eminently qualified for the position of being a key executive. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin.
Good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And let me give you a little more background about myself.
State your name for the record.
I was getting there, but sorry.
Please.
My name is Les Martin, and I am the Chief Financial Officer for Four Queens Hotel and Casino and Binion's Gambling Hall and Hotel in downtown Las Vegas. I am a native Nevadan. I was born and raised in Elko, if you know where that is, as I'm sure you do. A lot of people don't. But went to college in Ogden, Utah, at Weber State College, and graduated with an accounting degree in 1979. I went to work for the national public accounting firm of Fox and Company in their Reno, Nevada office for almost 5 years. Got my CPA certificate, and then in 1984 left to take a position with Circus Enterprises here in Las Vegas, a little over a year or so after they initially went public. I spent 21 years with Circus, which of course became Mandalay Resort Group, and I was with them until they were acquired by MGM in April of 2005. Actually, the transaction closed on my birthday, of all things. But at the time of the acquisition, I was vice president, chief accounting officer, and treasurer for the company. At that time, my wife and I moved to Southern Oregon, the Medford area, which is where she was raised and where she still had family. And we'd actually started getting involved in the winery business there a few years earlier. And once we relocated permanently, we largely jumped in with both feet and went ahead and started a winery, which we call Red Lily Vineyards, named in part for our daughter, Lily. And we eventually found an amazing piece of property up there, a 260-acre piece of property located in the Applegate Valley, about 20 miles from Medford, and made that our base of operations. And we planted vineyards. We started construction of a winery and a tasting room, which opened in August of 2011. And we've been operating that business ever since. Unfortunately, my wife and I ended up getting divorced in early 2019. And at that time, I moved back to Las Vegas and took a job with Four Queens and Binions. As I'm sure you know, the owner, Terry Cottle, he is a very good longtime friend. He and I actually worked together in public accounting in Reno. We worked together again at Circus here in Las Vegas. And he was kind enough to hire me on as the director of development for the company, a role I've been in now for the past 4 or 5 years until my recent appointment to chief financial officer. And this is where we are today. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
That's great. Pleasure to have you with us here today. I had my notes a little backwards here. Although you've been involved in the gaming industry for many, many years,
Yes,
this
sir.
is your first time actually going through the licensing process, correct?
Well, yes, I think. When I was first appointed to Vice President and Chief Accounting Officer with Mandalay, I did have to fill out, and I was investigated, though I did not appear before the board. So I'm not sure the extent of that licensing process at that time. I was deferring to our corporate counsel in terms of what I needed to do, but
you filed the application?
Yeah, I
just
did
didn't
file the
end up on an
application
agenda.
and was investigated, and but I, as I said, I don't recall ever appearing before the board in that matter.
Wonderful. Well, happy to have your application updated and happy to have you in front of us here today based on your background and many years in the industry. Certainly happy to support your application. I think I noted as well that you're overseeing some construction at Binions. Is that correct?
Yes, we are. We're in the process of remodeling all the rooms in our north tower. And it's a long process, taking about a year. We expect to be done. I think Mr. Lauder could speak to that, but done around June of this year. And very needed, of course, because that tower is roughly 60 years old, give or take. So, but we'll be happy to have it back online because obviously not having those rooms in service is not a good situation.
Well, good luck with that. And
no
again,
problem.
very happy to support your application. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Chair Hendricks.
Dr. Watkins.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. You mentioned where you grew up in Las Vegas.
No, in Elko.
Oh, in Elko. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't understand what you said. I didn't hear.
Oh, I'm
quite hear it.
sorry. No, yeah, Elko.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then it looks like you've had a really long history in finance and a long history in gaming at a number of properties. I don't have questions or concerns related to your application. It's all in the write-up here, and I'm happy to support it.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Watkins.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here, Mr. Martin.
No problem.
I think we've probably crossed paths a couple times in
Probably
the past, but I read somewhere you worked at the Dunes.
No, I never did work at the Dunes.
No?
It's yeah, that's Mr. Lauder. Yeah.
Oh, that was you working at the Dunes. Okay, all right, because I worked there in what was it, 81 to 84.
Step up to the microphone so we can get this on the transcription. Thank you.
Actually, I was there right until it closed. So I was like 89 to 92. We closed 93, actually, January 1st, if you remember.
I do. We just
And-
missed each other.
Yes, and it was a good experience. I
yeah.
learned a lot there, and it was a neat property.
Yeah.
And then fortunately, that's when I had my opportunity with Terry. So I've been with him ever since I left the Dunes.
So Mr. Shanker was still running the joint when you?
No, but the great stories about Mr. Shanker, I will tell you, there was a lot of colorful people that ran that property. And the stories are pretty historic of him walking around in his bathrobe and doing some interesting things with the property.
Maybe we'll have a drink sometime and reminisce.
Oh, yeah, it was, neat property. Thank you.
Exchange some stories.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Martin, your application is stellar. You're eminently qualified to be the key executive over there. So I'm going to support your application. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge Saad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, happy to support both your applications. Thank you for both being here today.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Shea, anything else you need to add today?
Unless we want to add a condition that we have a taste test of Mr. Martin's winery.
Yeah, we can't do that. That's got to be some ethical rule, but
I think
I
that's
like
right.
the idea. I like the thought.
Thank you very much.
I do have bottles here. Not on purpose.
That's an even bigger ethical violation, but again, appreciate the thought.
All jokes aside, thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and we simply ask for your support. Thank you.
Great. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 10.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'll make that motion. I would recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 10 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 11.
Non-restricted number 11 are the applications of Halis Yusal for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer, key employee, and or manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon again, Ms. Vermees.
Hello again. Good afternoon. For the record, Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my left is the applicant, Halise Yusal. She's the Secretary, Treasurer, and Chief Financial Officer for Affinity Interactive. She's also a manager of the Prima Donna Company, LLC. Just by way of a brief background, she does have an affirmative. She grew up and went to high school and college in Istanbul before coming to the States in 2000 to attend San Diego State University for her master's. She started her career in gaming in 2002, working her way up in various finance roles. She was hired as CFO of Affinity Interactive in May of 2023. The only blemish on her otherwise exemplary background, experience, education is the fact that her application was filed late. As I understand it, when she joined the company, she began work on her applications for Missouri, Nevada, and Iowa. And unfortunately, the team did not prioritize, but should have Nevada. They also did not request approval for an extension, which of course would have been granted. I can tell you that the Affinity compliance team has upped their game and implemented some better policies so that these types of issues don't happen in the future. And with that, I'll let Ms. Yusal to give her presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Sonia, and good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Madam Secretary, and members of the board, Judge Assad and Dr. Watkins. I'm grateful to be here. Thank you for taking the time to review my application for the key executive license. Again, for the record, my name is Halisa Ekmen Yusal. I currently serve as the Secretary, Treasurer, and Chief Financial Officer for the Affinity Interactive and its subsidiaries. And I'd like to start with acknowledging, as Ms. Sonia indicated, my application was late. I take responsibility for that.
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you. Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes, I should use the microphone.
No worries.
So I like to start by acknowledging that my application was late. So I take responsibility for it. As a first-time applicant in the state, I should have known better on the timelines and the expectation. As Ms. Sonia indicated, as a company, we put procedures in place to prevent this in the future for other executives or any compliance matters for the company. As a way of background, I've been with Affinity Interactive since May 2023, which is nearing 2 years. In my current capacity as the Chief Financial Officer, I oversee financial strategy, capital allocation, and all financial operations of the company, which to include but not limited to financial planning and analysis, treasury, accounting, tax, and financial reporting, investor relations, procurement, risk management, and internal audit. I have 5 direct reports who are experts in their functional fields, and I have 3 indirect reports through the fields, financial leaders of Nevada region, Midwest region, and our e-commerce business out of New York City. I spent majority of my career in gaming, both commercial and tribal. Prior to joining Affinity, I was with Shumash Tribe of San Ynez, California, for about 7 years. I started as their director of finance and for the casino division and progressed through the various roles within the tribe with increasing responsibilities until I was the chief finance and strategy officer for entire tribal assets to include their government finance and their health clinic operations. Prior to Shumash, I spent about 13 years with Harris Entertainment as a start, but then become Caesars Entertainment with various property and corporate finance roles. Right after graduating from San Diego State with my master's degree, I actually started as a beverage server as part of the opening team at the Rincon San Diego, which was a managed property with Harris Entertainment at the time. And I quickly found my way to the finance, which is my passion. But again, I quickly fell in love with the industry and its opportunities it presented to me. I'm grateful to be in front of you today, applying for a key executive license through that process. On the personal front, I was, as Ms. Sonia indicated, I was born in Istanbul, Turkey, graduated from University of Istanbul with a business degree. And then I moved to the States for my graduate degree, which is in finance from San Diego State University. I'm the first in my family who ever actually built a life outside of home. I've been living in States since 2000. Through my career, I moved around states. But 7 years ago, I managed to actually build a blended family. I have 3 children, my older son and daughter who are in the college. They're studying film and culinary art in Los Angeles. And our daughter decided to go back to Turkey, so she's actually in Istanbul. So as a family, we also have a 5-year-old son, which keeps me busy if I'm not at work. In closing, I would like to also thank Mr. Zinn, our agent Zinn, for his diligence and professionalism throughout this process. He was extremely helpful and patient. As we indicated, it was my first time going through 3 states at one time, but he was very helpful and understanding throughout the process. And I will be happy to answer any questions board may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to have you here, and appreciate you acknowledging the fact, as Ms. Vermey said, the applications were late. We know these things happen, but ultimately it's your responsibility as the licensee. And when multiple applications are getting filed in multiple jurisdictions, as Ms. Vermey's also acknowledged, is simply the best thing to do is call up our investigations division, application services, and say, I've got multiple applications going on in multiple jurisdictions. Can I get an extension? But as you know, being involved in the industry, we take compliance very seriously. Being late a few days on an application doesn't show that you're not worthy of being a licensee, but it's kind of back to the old theory. I think it was the 1 Minute Manager said that if you're on an airplane and the tray tables are dirty, it just makes you wonder, when was the last time they cleaned the engine? And that's what usually causes us to have concerns about some deadlines about filing an application. Things happen, but are you on top of them? Are you paying attention to the bigger questions? And so, as I said, you know that you've been involved in the industry for a long time, and acknowledging it to me means and goes a long way. I would also say if you're in charge of the budget for compliance, this would probably show you a perfect example to be sure that compliance has the appropriate budget.
Thank you. They're fully funded going forward.
Thank you. Based on how long you've been involved in the gaming industry and your very impressive background, education, and experience, I'm very happy to support your applications and appreciate you being here. Dr. Watkins.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. As it relates to the late application filing, I understand that these incidents happen sometimes, and I would concur with what the chair said. But like I just said, it happens, and I'm sure it won't happen again, and we'll move forward. I don't think that's a reason why I wouldn't support your application. Tell me about moving from Istanbul to here. You said that, all of your family is still back home. And by
That's
that,
correct. And I have a big one. Yes.
Yeah, tell me about that.
It wasn't easy at the time. We didn't really have FaceTimes and all the technology either. I remember having like phone cards for $20 and I can only speak maybe 2 hours, and maybe for the next month or so I won't. It was difficult, but I think my character always been like, I'm very independent and goal oriented. So it was very important for me to get my education. And part of that, achieve my goal and trying to do best and still honor my family and how they supported me to get my degree here. So I just put through it.
Mm-hmm. And I agree completely. It seems that you're very independent and goal-ended for sure. That took a lot of courage, and you've been very successful. You've been in the finance industry quite some time, and in the gaming. Tell me about your experience as a beverage server. I'm sorry.
It was actually a great experience because I was part of a bigger team, not just for the beverage department, but as I mentioned, we opened. So it started with weeks and months of preparation of the entire team coming together, and it was long hours. It's crowded, and it's one of the few casinos that at the time existed in the state of California. From my experience, I did the best out of it. I was always good with remembering things, which is like very important when you're in that type of high pressure role. You carry things at one time. So I think I use my athletic skills, I use my memory, and maybe shorten customer service, so they can imagine, like, finance people don't like to talk, but the volume, and I made sure our department made a lot of tips. And I observed customers and learned the gaming as I was on the floor. So it was a really good experience, which translated very well into my back of house roles, because I knew exactly how things work on the floor.
That's a good perspective and good point of view to have, how those skills are transferable. What was this, you took on the position to kind of get your foot in the door?
Exactly that. Yes. I remember driving 50 miles to find a casino, and I wanted to start somewhere. And at the time it was difficult with a finance degree in the beautiful San Diego area. So I took that as a foot at the door, and then I explored the back house finance operations shortly within that time frame, and then HR team and the finance team supported my transfer in the back house, which kind of where my career fell into place.
Well, you have an amazing background. Thank you for sharing your story and experiences with us. It helps provide a little perspective on, who it is that's in front of us. And you're a courageous woman, and have a lot of respect for your success and the way you stepped out and were independent and left your family behind. I'm sure you still communicate with them and things of that sort, but it takes a lot of courage to do that. So
thank you. Likewise with Dr. Watkins.
Happy to support your application.
Judge. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I would just echo the comments from Dr. Watkins as well. I want to commend you for developing your career and having a very impressive station in life. It couldn't have been easy for you. You started at Istanbul University in 1994?
Somewhere out there.
How old were you then? 18 or so?
16.
Judge.
I'm going somewhere with this.
You're quite right. We graduated a little earlier in Turkey.
Well, you graduated in 99.
Well, I guess I could say for the record, I had my master's degree when I was 24.
From San Diego State?
Correct.
Okay, no, but I want to know, you leave Istanbul to come to the United States. You're a very young woman at that time, right?
Me too.
Yeah, so that's scary. Congratulations. I mean, how did you gather up the courage to do that? That's really difficult. You came by yourself?
I did.
Wow, that's really impressive. So what motivated you to do that? Better life, better chance for your family, opportunities for yourself and family,
I think early
the American
on,
dream.
I grew up in a family, like we had family business, but it comes with its challenges. So didn't want to be part of that. And I was also aware of how difficult it can be in taking those type of executive roles in a country like I was from. It was going to be option either here or in Europe. And through research, I just somewhat landed in the San Diego because they had a pre-MBA program, which helped me improve my English and go through the studies to be able to get in a graduate school. So that's kind of how it's shaped to be the California.
Yeah, thanks. I imagine there aren't a lot of great opportunities for women in Turkey.
I would say currently there are. Maybe at the time I didn't see the vision.
Back 25 years ago,
Yes,
probably not
that's
so
correct.
much.
Yes, but since
Yeah.
then we had female prime minister and things are progressing.
Yeah, well, I mean, as someone who's off the boat, the proverbial boat myself, I want to commend you for making that passage. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you, Judge Assad.
Tell us a little bit about Whiskey Pete's. Obviously, it was announced that there was a temporary closure of the casino. The out front gas station convenience area is still available, but tell us how that's going. And it's our understanding that you are helping to contribute to the victims of the fires in California. Tell us about that.
That's true. Let me maybe start with the closure. I mean, Prim is a unique and very much of a long-term strategic asset for the company and definitely for our owners. It's a city, as everybody knows, it's over 200 acres. It's a city on its own, and it definitely has a lot of opportunities for us to consider. So as the executive team, as we go through those different options, we decided that it was best for us to focus our energy on the two properties and the travel centers that we own, and which led to the closure of Whiskey Pete. In terms of our operations, so we went through the approval of keeping our gaming in our travel center, so which we're grateful for that. So we believe that that side of the freeway, it's going to serve until we figure out exactly how our gaming is going to shape. So in this time frame, as our CEO publicly indicated, we are focused on our existing operations in both Prim Valley and Buffalo Bills. And we're focused on increasing our amenities. We made investment in our gaming products on the floor, which we're very proud of. And there's still a lot of construction going on within the properties, but it's going to be beautiful when it's all said and done. And we're making investment in our food and beverage operations. And we, about a year and a half ago, we brought back our entertainment venue back and completely fully online. And there's a lot of exciting acts coming up with all of that too. And in terms of California, it's our duty to support our neighboring states. It's our feeder market as well. So we're proudly help the citizens of California and also the firefighters along. So we have offered some discounted rates for those victims.
And what have you seen as a response to that offer?
I will have to probably check back. It's fairly new. But we believe that it would be a good option because we're not too far from the state line.
Yeah, we'll commend you and the company for doing that. And obviously our thoughts are with everybody in California going through that. So very good of your company to try to help them out.
Thank you.
Great. Ms. Vermees, anything else you'd like to add?
Nothing else.
Anything else from board members?
Nothing further for me.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 11.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'll make that motion. I would move to recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 11 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, here, housekeeping. We're at 12:55. We were supposed to hopefully start restricted at noon. That's not going to happen. We missed that by 55 minutes. I said a little bit earlier, we were shooting for 12:45 to 1 o'clock. We're going to start restricted at 1:15. That's actually, let's make it 1:20 to give the court reporter time to get something to eat. So my apologies to everybody waiting on the restricted agenda, but we will start that at 1:20. We'll be in recess till then. Thank you.
30 years? 31. Okay. I mean, yeah. That's what I was saying.
All right, we are back on the record. This is the time. Actually, it's a little bit late for the time schedule for our restricted agenda, so my apologies to everybody again. We thank you for your patience, and we will now start with our restricted agenda. And Madam Secretary, go ahead. And I believe we've got some consent items, correct?
Correct.
All right, go ahead and read those in.
Restricted number 4 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 13691 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 5 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Circle K store number 2709569 for a restricted gaming license.
All right, we've had the opportunity to review these items. They're on a restricted agenda, a consent agenda for the restricted items because there were no areas of interest or concern were uncovered during the investigations. And because I was not aware of any questions or issues regarding these items, appearances for the respective applicants have been waived. Is there any questions from board members regarding either of the consent items?
I don't have any questions on the agenda items, Chair.
None by me, thank you.
All right, then I would entertain a motion regarding the consent agenda items.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of restricted agenda items number 4 and 5 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Any conditions on those?
Let's see, restricted, yes. Number 4, the condition is that the surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. With number 5, the condition is that essentially the same one. The surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Very good. And based on the very detailed investigation reports worked up by the agents, with all that information in the record, I'm happy to support that motion. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us to restricted item number 1, Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 1 is the application of 777 Gaming LLC doing business as 777 Gaming and Spirits for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Brandon Hamika for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
On behalf of the applicant, with me is Mr. Hamika, who's been licensed since 2014 for Trot Mini Mart. We weren't physically present this morning, but through the technology, I was able to listen to Mr. Kingston in the public remarks. I was also able to pull a copy of the lawsuit that appears to have been filed yesterday. With your permission, rather than jump into an affirmative presentation, since he has been approved, I'll just talk a little bit about the transaction and our position.
Please go ahead and do that, and then we may have questions for Mr. Hamika as well.
So Mr. Hamika found this business for sale on the internet. It was publicly advertised. He purchased it from Two Brothers Ventures, who I believe was also commented today. They were the lawful purchasers of the business. The lease was assigned to them. He dealt with them, had no idea anything to do with Mr. Kingston when he entered into the transaction. He spoke to the landlord doing his due diligence to make sure they had the lease, that the landlord was willing to assign it to him. The landlord said they do. The landlord said, I will. He had the lease. He'd paid the entire purchase amount. And that was after doing that, that was the first time he ever heard from Mr. Kingston. Talked to the sellers, the Two Brothers Ventures, spoke to them. They had told him a little bit about the history. Subsequent, I spoke to them as well. And it's my ironically, my wife represented Two Brothers Ventures when this feud first started. I didn't know it until after we were long down this road. He never had hired an attorney previously. They actually wanted out of the deal. They felt Mr. Kingston had made misrepresentations. They'd offered to rescind the deal. He just wanted money. Nothing happened. They didn't hear anything and they just moved on. And again, Mr. Hamika for the first time learned of it after he'd already paid the full price. He mentioned today, Mr. Kingston did about real property. There was no real property sold. This is a lease. Mr. Hamika, when he bought the business, really just thought he was getting the lease and the location, nothing else. There is absolutely no real property. The machines are going to come from a slot route operator. There's no gaming assets whatsoever. Then in the lawsuit, from reading it, there's 5 causes of action. Only one of them references Mr. Hamika, and that's conversion. There are a handful of personal property items that were part of the sale. None of them have any value to Mr. Hamika. Today, when I found there was an attorney, I've already emailed the attorney. I tried calling, but their law office doesn't have anyone that seems to work there in the day. They have an answering service, and I had the emails from the complaint. He's willing to give them any of the personal property. The value is negligible, maybe $1,000 to $2,000. There's an old drum set. There's a guitar that's screwed onto the ceiling. There's some microphones, some old speakers, an old computer. None of them have any value to Mr. Hamika. He would gladly turn over all of those personal property assets. I don't know if he's claiming, the fixtures or the appliances in the kitchen, stuff like that, there would be an objection to, because of course, that's what he thought he was purchasing. But for the interest of trying to resolve it, we would make all of the personal property, the tangible goods available. And I've already made that offer and gave them my personal cell phone number, said if they want to call, they can come by as quickly as they want and remove them. It was his intent just to throw those items out anyways. He will not do that now while we try to make those available. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that, Mr. Brown. And just to be clear for the record, when you purchased the assets, there were no gaming assets. There were no slot machines that you purchased.
No.
Yeah, and that's my understanding as well, that those were owned by somebody else. And then when you came into the lease premises, there were no gaming devices on the property.
Exactly,
correct?
yeah.
Okay, so now who will be providing the machines going forward?
Sunset Coin.
Sunset Coin. Okay, good. All right, that's my primary concern as a gaming regulator. Obviously, part of our responsibility is to be sure that the leased property or owned property of any gaming establishment is lawful.
Mhm.
But looking that there is a lease situation as opposed to a real property transfer makes me more comfortable. The fact that there is no gaming assets that were involved in the asset purchase agreement makes me much more comfortable, because that does get into our regulatory umbrella very fast. If people are selling or moving gaming assets without our approval and lots of forms that have to be filled out and everything, that's right into what we're supposed to be involved in. Other than that, if there is a civil matter, as you recognize, Mr. Brown, that should be left to the civil courts. That's not what we're here to do. But I would encourage you to keep abreast of all gaming compliance requirements. You are licensed in several other locations, so I'm very comfortable with your business probability and your ability to run this particular location. So I didn't have any concern about you as an applicant. This thing kind of took a little bit of a turn on us into the civil arena, and I'm happy to focus back on the gaming arena. And with that, I'm happy to support the application. Dr. Watkins.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for that very detailed explanation and bringing us up to speed with the current ongoings with regard to litigation and everything else. That was very helpful and insightful. And I concur with what the chair said. There seems to be two separate issues here, civil matter and the matter before the Gaming Control Board here today. And given that there weren't any gaming assets involved in the purchase, again, that's the other issues are something separate that you all will have to resolve. And so I didn't have any questions or concerns with regard to your background. And I think you have, as the chair mentioned, the business probity to be able to operate this. And I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Judge Saad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Mr. Brown, always nice to see you. Thanks for being here. Mr. Hamika, thanks for coming in. We appreciate you being here in person. I concur with my colleagues. I don't have any concerns or questions. I think the matter is strictly in the civil courts.
And obviously, if things change, you and your counsel will keep our investigative agents very well apprised, correct?
Of course.
Very good. All right, then, Mr. Brown, anything else you'd like to add?
No, I'd just like to thank Agents Wilson and Peters for their help in the investigation and say a fond farewell to Dr. Watkins.
Thank you.
And Mr. Miko, do you have any big plans for this location, changes, things you're going to do to it?
No big plans. Just it's not going to be a no music venue. It's just going to be a local bar similar to like BT's.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, then I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 1.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would move to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert. Not on this one.
No conditions. All right, very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, and we hope everything works out to everybody's satisfaction. Bringing us to restricted item number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Bando Entertainment of Nevada LLC doing business as Dust Las Vegas for a restricted gaming license and the application of Ryan Bandy for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Donato.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato, enrolled agent. Before starting, just want to thank Dr. Watkins for her service. It's been a pleasure appearing before you, and I wish you the best with your future endeavors. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we have a brief presentation or brief overview of the application. And since this is the applicant's first time in Nevada gaming, I'd like to give him an opportunity to provide some information about himself, and then we'd be here to answer any questions you may have.
Wonderful. Good afternoon.
This location is an approximate 3,760 square foot tavern known as Dust Las Vegas. And that is owned and operated by Bando Entertainment of Nevada LLC, and Mr. Bandy is the sole member and manager of the company. The company opened a location on June 7th of 2024 and has been operating without gaming since that time. If this application is approved, the company would hold a restricted gaming license for the location and install 15 slot machines in the bar top. Although the company would hold a gaming license, the company's entered into a participation agreement with an SRO, Sartini Gaming, for this location. Since this is Mr. Bandy's first time in Nevada gaming, he did attend the restricted licensees compliance seminar on September 17th of 2024. And then with that, we'd like to have Mr. Bandy provide some information about himself.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Bandy. I'm originally from Springfield, Illinois, about 3 hours outside of Chicago. So not a Chicagoan like a lot of people think. I appreciate you allowing me to speak today. I've been in the bar business now for goodness, almost 15 years. Before that, I went to a high school that had a television production program, and my goal was to become the teacher of that program when my teacher retired, and I went to school for that down in Southern Illinois University in Carbondale, and I actually met that goal. I went back when he retired and took over and taught television production for 9 years. During that time, when I moved back to town, I had previously began DJing at the local LGBT bar down in Carbondale, Illinois. And then when I moved back to Springfield, the local bar there was actually looking for a DJ. And I started working there on the weekends while I was still teaching, making some extra money, paying the bills, since teachers don't make that much even in Illinois. And so I did that. And then the bar, I ultimately got a little burnout of DJing, doing the teaching, and took a break. And then the bar closed down, went back when it reopened with some other partners, and lasted about a year, closed down again. And I was going to go into business with some other gentlemen. We tried to get the business open, and there was some sales tax issues on the previous business there. And next thing you know, I'm the entire owner if we were going to get it open. So I was teaching full time and then running the local LGBT bar in Springfield. So we were open till 3 a.m. So those were some long nights and early mornings, but we made it work. So during that time, there was some litigation that you're probably aware of that was finally resolved many, many years later. To sum it all up, probably not the best idea to go into business with people that think you're friends with, and turned into a lot of litigation that fortunately we were able to resolve back about 4 years ago, finally, after all that. So I continued teaching, and then with everything on my plate, I decided to go down to part-time, and the school district was very supportive. The last 2 years that I was teaching, I went to part-time there. Unfortunately, in the television production industry, there's not a lot of money in it anymore. I know our local station pays about minimum wage. I love teaching, but I also had a passion as I was beginning to learn how to run a business. I didn't know how to run a business. My family comes from McDonald's, but I learned a lot about. My dad gave me a lot of ideas and helped me kind of learn how to run this business and stuff. So I went to part-time teaching. And then after that, I took over the small little bar called the Tin Can Pub for a year, thinking that would supplement my part-time. So I decided to leave teaching and entirely just focus on the bar business. That bar wasn't the best investment. I closed it down after a year, just wasn't getting any sales. And then I found a new location. Before that, I actually bought the buildings where the LGBT bar was. And so I was a property owner of that back in 2012. And I left teaching in 2014. And then I opened my sports bar in 2015 that was kind of by the high school. All the teachers were looking for a place to go after work, let off a little steam. And so we opened that up, and really a goal to make it a place for teachers to go, but also it's turned into just an amazing sports bar. And I have gaming there also. I was one of the first businesses in Illinois to get gaming at my LGBT bar back in 2013. As soon as WLD opened, got gaming there. And then I opened my pizza restaurant back in December of last year, or of 2023. We have gaming there also. So I have 12 slot machines altogether. That's the maximum you can have in Illinois, or you can have 6 in each business. That's a maximum in Illinois. And so the reason this all developed with Dust was because back in 2020, my LGBT bar suffered a catastrophic fire and burnt down during a construction accident. And after that, took a year and a half to get everything resolved. And I was looking for another business. And I was out here visiting some friends. We went into the location that was about to close down where Dust is now, and I just fell in love with it. And I'm like, wow, I looked in so many different states for a different business in Springfield, so many other places, and I fell in love with it. I'm like, this is it. And I hadn't had that feeling yet with all the different things I had looked for. So started working on that, and then I knew it was all meant to be when a couple months into that process, I got an email from J&J Ventures saying that they had just bought route operations in Nevada. And I literally called them that day and said, I'm literally working on a bar trying to acquire the property, and called one of their vice presidents. And so it's just all been meant to be. And J&J is my operator in Illinois, and they've been amazing to work with. They've had WLD now for almost 10 years, and they're a wonderful company to work with. And I'm very excited to partner with Sartini and Golden Route Operations out here in Nevada too. So have a lot going on this year with my pizza restaurant and Dust, but all I can do is work hard, and that's what I do every day. If I have to clean the toilets, I clean the toilets, and I DJ a lot at Dust, but I'll bartend in the kitchen, helping them with brunch. And then there's a day a couple months ago where literally I worked the dinner rush at my pizza restaurant, got on a flight, and then DJ'd at Dust. So that's what you got to do. You got to pay the bills and work hard. And my family's taught me that, and that's what I try to do every day. So I appreciate this opportunity. I'm excited to get involved in the Las Vegas community. It's very important to me that we're involved. We've done a lot of fundraisers already for the center, some of the other organizations in town. That's something I do in Illinois all the time. We have celebrity bartender events in Illinois that we can't do here, but we've raised a lot of money for our local schools and organizations and things like that. So very excited about this opportunity, and hopefully it'll lead to further endeavors out here in Nevada. So I do have an apartment out here too. I do have a lot on my plate, but I'm spending as much time as I need to make sure this business is operating. And I totally understand the condition of having a key employee. My general manager was general manager of a different LGBT bar called Free Zone here in town before it closed down. So he has a lot of experience, and I'm excited for his opportunity that we have going forward too. So
That's great. Thank you for that background. Very helpful, and you answered several of my questions. One of them was about your time. How much time are you spending between here and Illinois?
Sure. So I have not been in Illinois at all this year. I've been out here the whole time because we have a lot of events going on. So I try to manage my time with, if we have big things going on out here, then I'm out here. My goal is to probably do 2 and 2, probably spend about 2 weeks in Illinois and 2 weeks out here each month. But again, it just, January is a busy month, especially out here in Vegas with all the different events going on. So I'll be here as much as need be to make sure the business is operating effectively and correctly.
You've been open now for about 7 months. How's the business doing?
It's had up and downs, to be honest with you. It's hard to build a happy hour crowd, I've noticed in Vegas, just without gaming. So we've had some challenges there, but we've also had some really big events. We had a really big event last weekend that brought in, a couple hundred people throughout the night and too. So we're getting some large, the venue, the thing I love about it is it's very versatile. We can be a neighborhood bar, but then we can turn it into a big dance venue if we need to, which is kind of, my background. So the place before was more of a restaurant brunch thing. I'm trying to make it give it more of a nightclub feel. So we're working on bringing these big national events, which helps our other local establishments. I'm good friends with the owners of Flex that were approved about a year ago here. And they, we're trying to build that whole area. Twain and Swenson, as my friend Sean calls it, has some challenges, but we're really trying to build it and let people know there's a whole other area here that you can go to for great entertainment.
Good. Congratulations. And glad to hear that you already attended our restricted licensee compliance seminar. You being a licensee in Illinois, you understand how important compliance is. And now going through our licensee seminar, you understand how very important it is in Nevada as well. So as I've said to other people on the agenda today, be sure and lean on people who know what's going on. If you don't know a Nevada rule, ask your counsel, ask your advisors, ask the game control board agents. Always better to ask on the front end. Yeah, great. And based on your background and your many years of experience, I'm very happy to support your application and wish you lots of success in it.
Thank you.
Dr. Watkins.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. I truly enjoyed your telling us about your different businesses, your background. It was very detailed and helped me really get a full picture of who you are. And I appreciate that. And you told it with such enjoyment. So it was also entertaining. So you've done teaching, bartending, DJing, you have a pizza restaurant. You kind of run the gamut of things as a business owner and also in the professional world. You mentioned that when you visited the property that you fell in love with it. What was it that drew you to the location?
Well, I was actually at a different establishment right down the street, and I was telling my friends here in Vegas about how I'd been looking for a place, and they said it was called Jimmy's at Madison's at the time. That said, "Hey, let's go. You need to come check out Jimmy's." They heard it was going to be closing down, and I love the layout of it because it can do so many different things. We can be a neighborhood bar, and which is a restaurant. I'm actually going to be bringing my pizza recipes for my restaurant because we do Latin inspired pizza, a little spicier sauce and stuff. But so we can do kind of that restaurant vibe there. But then I put in a big video wall so we can show music videos. We're showing RuPaul's Drag Race now and doing a bunch of different things that we can incorporate that video wall with too. And it's just such a versatile location that we can go from the neighborhood bar feel to do big shows and events like what Vegas expects.
Oh, okay, I see. And you mentioned some of that earlier in your presentation as well. Where is this located?
It's at Twain, and I guess it's University Center now. So at that corner in the strip mall there called the Twain Center.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for being here today. I don't have any issues or concerns with your application, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you so much.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here, Mr. Bandy. I wish you all the luck in the world. My colleagues have covered everything. I don't have any particular questions for you.
Thank you so much.
Wish you all the best. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
And you mentioned one of the conditions, which is a key employee application being on file. That's pretty standard when there's a business owner that's not available all the time. So glad to see that you understand the request for that. And I'm gathering that you said you had no concerns with being able to accomplish that and get those applications on file, correct?
Mr. Chairman, if I could please,
please.
the way the condition reads is shall be on file at all times. And we would request that we be given 60 days to file from the date of the NGC's approval to file the initial key employee application.
Let me read that here. The employee application must be on file with the Nevada Game Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. Chief Hoffman or somebody from investigations, do you have standard wording to address Mr. Donato's question?
We do. I don't have it in front of me, but I can.
I think it says something
I
like a
actually
key
have it.
employee application must be on file within 60 days and must thereafter be maintained. Go ahead if you've got it.
Yes, so the language that we would request is a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change of the person occupying that position.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. That's it.
Good. All right, great. I have no concerns with that. Dr. Watkins,
No concerns for me.
Judge Assad?
Fine.
Okay, and then the second condition, which I'm sure Mr. Donato explained to you, is if there's ever a chance that a business have a cover charge, and Nevada has a very long history. I mentioned earlier, this is the 70th year of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. We have a long history of gaming being open to the public. And so we want to be clear if there ever is a chance for a cover charge, that the slot players understand that they don't have to pay a cover charge if they're coming in to play the machines. Do you understand that?
I do, and I've used that to get into bars with a cover charge here in Nevada myself.
Good.
So
Did you play the machines
I
once you
did,
got in?
and I won back. I usually just play the cover charge as a courtesy to the business, and I've won some money on it. So
Good for you. Do both. Wonderful. So the idea then is you would have to have signage approved by the enforcement division, and it's pretty standard signage. I will say as a side note, I'll be talking to the legal community, legal gaming community about trying to update that language. I understand as a business owner, one of the worst things you want to have is a customer walk up and have to read statutes. It's kind of ugly and kind of boring. So I'm interested in talking to the industry about maybe putting a little marketing spin on that. The idea being is you said a player should know if I walk up and I want to play slot machines that I can do that without paying the cover charge, but it doesn't need to read a statute to you and cite a statute. It's just very boring and ugly for the front of a business. So I'm going to be opening my door to a industry gaming kind of collective. And actually, I want less lawyers in the room and probably more marketers in the room.
Okay.
Seems to me it should say something like, if you're here to play the slots, we don't charge you a cover charge. That's a lot better than reading a statute, right? Okay, well, good.
can I use that?
Yeah, not yet, but you can come to the meeting whenever I have the meeting. So you agree with both the conditions, Mr. Donato? Anything else you'd like to add about the conditions?
That's it. We'd like to thank Senior Agent Lombardo for all his work on this application.
Great. Then I would entertain a motion with the two conditions and the one being that Mr. Donato read into the record. If you need him, say it again, Judge Assad.
We're going to substitute the one that's here with what he read, right?
Correct.
Yeah, you want to say that again, please?
Sure.
Must be filed within 60 days of the Gaming Commission approval?
A key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
But I think we need to say 60 days of what? The Gaming Commission approval?
NGC's approval. That's what we would request, but the standard condition is that doesn't have that in there. So
I think that
Is that
probably
right?
runs with the licensing, right? So once the license from the commission were to happen, then you've got 60 days.
60 days.
Clock starts
That's
ticking.
implied.
Yeah.
It's
clock
implied, right?
Starts ticking right at a NGC approval.
Very good. All right, so I'll make a motion that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert with the following conditions: that a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of the Nevada Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission approval at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. A sign of appropriate size, which has been administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, must be at the entrance to the location indicating that the slot machines are available to the public to play and that patrons are not required to pay a cover charge to to engage in gaming.
Just to be clear, so if the commission were to vote on this, do we need the added words? We definitely don't need the words about Game Control Board. Do we need the words about the Gaming Commission, or can it just say file within 60 days
Of approval.
of approval?
So ordered, filed within 60 days of approval.
So
Okay. Madam Secretary, do you believe you have that?
I believe so.
Okay, and
yeah, we can give Ms. Rupert all
Exact word.
language for it for the commission meeting.
perfect, yeah. And Mr. Donato, get a chance to review that before the
Yeah,
commission meeting,
sure.
but the commission that will be, the
Yeah,
condition that
it's-
will be submitted to the commission will be reviewed by you, reviewed by investigations, and Madam
Yeah.
Secretary will be sure it's the
Yeah.
proper one.
I usually have a couple versions of it with other ones on, but today we don't.
Great,
We'll
busy
find-
day.
Yeah.
A lot of paperwork today. Mr. Donato, you happy with those two conditions?
We accept those conditions.
Very good. Then, Madam Secretary, I take a roll call vote on the motion with the two conditions.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Bringing us to restricted number 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 222 for a restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon, Ms. Graziano. Thank you for being patient with us today.
Thank you. For the record, Paula Graziano, President, Nevada Restaurant Services. This is a restricted location. It was a vacant retail space before this. A broker reached out to us and we looked into the zoning, and it allows for a bar with restricted gaming. And I'm here to answer any questions you guys might have.
Tell me again, what was it before this?
Just a vacant retail space.
Oh, just retail. Okay, very good. And I vaguely know that area of Reno. What other locations are around it? Do you know other gaming locations?
Well, there happens to be a Dottie's within less than a mile there.
Okay,
It's in a Trader Joe's center.
okay. I know that area. Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Very good. Yeah, and this was real close to being put on consent agenda because we've seen Dottie's locations so many times, and you're so good about getting the paperwork in and everything that Ms. Cohen and your crew put together for us. So I do appreciate you showing up to us today and being patient with our agenda. How many jobs do you believe this location will create? Do you know roughly what a Dottie's location in that area would create?
Roughly at that location, around 11.
Yeah, great. That's always good news to hear. And when do you plan on opening?
Within, I don't know that answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought we were thinking it was supposed to
Oh,
be.
I have it.
Do you have it?
It's on my list.
Great.
February 20th. Sorry,
When is it?
February 20th.
Oh, very quick. Great. Wonderful. So it's on schedule.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's all the questions I had. Dr. Watkins?
Good afternoon. Good to see you again. I think all the pertinent questions have been asked and answered. I don't have anything further. Happy to support the application.
Thank you very much.
Judge?
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. Good to see you again, as always. I'm good. I have no questions. It's a very straightforward matter.
Very good. Thank you again. And did we have conditions on this one? There was not, even though it's a new location.
No conditions.
Do you know, Chief Hoffman, why there wouldn't be a surveillance condition?
We should add the surveillance condition. I've got
Okay.
it right here.
Do you have that verbiage?
I have it here.
You got it?
You have it here. Yeah, it's the same as the one on number 4.
Okay. Yeah. Do you understand that, Ms. Graziano? The idea is that Enforcement Division has to review and approve the surveillance before the license is issued. It's pretty standard condition.
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Then I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 3, and Judge, you can read in that condition as well.
Will do. Thank you. I'm making a motion to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of approval of restricted agenda item number 3, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert, with the following condition: the surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Is that the correct wording for a new location?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, or yes, sir.
great. Very good. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Dr. Watkins, I appreciate your support over the years. It's always been my pleasure to appear in front of you. I thank you for your kindness.
Thank you. Good luck to you. All right, then restricted 4 and 5 are on consent agenda. Madam Secretary, what does that bring us to next?
You have 4 casino patron dispute appeals.
All right, let us take a moment to resituate our materials here. While we do that, why don't you go ahead and read into the record the first patron dispute?
The first item is Tammy Fuhr versus Red Rock Casino Resort Spa, case number 23LV01126. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision as noted on the agenda be affirmed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's take a moment here of personal privilege just to reorganize our materials. Board members, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. So on this matter, let me first begin with a disclosure I would like to make. This disclosure is not required by Nevada ethics laws, but is something that I want to do in keeping with my belief of full transparency. I'm also making this disclosure because the patron in this particular matter raised my prior employment in a letter that she sent to the board. Similar to the disclosure I am making now, I made a disclosure last time this matter was brought before the board. And I also made a similar disclosure when a Red Rock Resorts matter first appeared on an agenda after I became a member of the Gaming Control Board. It is public knowledge that I was an executive employee of a company majority owned by Frank Fertitta III and Lorenzo Fertitta. I left employment of that company almost 8 years ago. I also had other previous business dealings with those two gentlemen. However, none of those business matters currently exist. To be very clear for the record, I was never an employee of Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos. I have no pecuniary interest in any Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos matters, and this disclosure relates to business that was in the past and not any current commitments. For the record, I do not believe this disclosure is required by law, but it is something that I do, as I stated, out of my belief in transparency. Also, this disclosure has nothing to do with a gift, loan, pecuniary interest to me, any commitment by me in a private capacity to the interests of another person, nor involves any representation or counseling within the past year. Consequently, I do not believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by the prior dealings, and moreover, my own personal judgment is not affected. Therefore, I would be fully participating in voting on this matter, as well as any future matters relating to Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos or any affiliated companies. Unless, of course, there are separate ethical considerations that require disclosure and possible abstention at the appropriate time. Again, I make that disclosure not that it's required by law, but I believe it's appropriate, especially because we sit in a quasi-judiciary role when we review patron disputes. This particular matter, as I said, came before us previously. I had a number of questions about the matter, and so it was referred back to the hearing examiner. I want to thank the hearing examiner. I want to thank the enforcement division and agents who worked on this. I want to thank both of the parties who worked on this and provided additional information, time, and effort that was all required by all parties involved to address the questions I had, as well as hopefully the questions of my fellow board members. After reviewing all the material, I am satisfied that I've gone through both the original material as well as the subsequent material and the recommendation of the hearing examiner. Before I ask for a motion, I would say that I am satisfied that the hearing examiner's recommendation, but I want to confirm for the record that my fellow board members also reviewed all the hearing examiner's recommendation, reviewed all the exhibits, and don't have any additional questions or need additional discussion regarding the recommendation that was made at the first meeting we had or this second meeting. Therefore, I would ask Dr. Watkins for the record if you've reviewed everything and if you have any questions.
Thank you, Chair. I have had an opportunity to review all of the materials provided upon a review, and I don't have any questions with regard to the matter.
Judge Assad, same question to you.
This is number one, right?
This is
Sean Wales?
no.
No. Which one is it?
Read the name again, Madam Secretary. Is it pronounced?
So?
No. Pure, correct?
Yes, Tammy Fewer.
Tammy
Oh,
Fuhrer.
pure, yeah, that's number 3, right? Yeah,
On the agenda,
third
it's,
patron, right.
it's number 1. on-
Yeah, it may be in different
Oh, on the
order.
agenda,
but-
I'm going by the book here, all right. Yeah, I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yes, it's,
Yeah, I've thoroughly
be-
reviewed this. Oh, let me get,
yeah, be clear.
I've thoroughly reviewed the matter on the Tammy Fewer case number 23LV 01126 and fully ready to rule on it.
Then I would entertain a motion regarding the case number that you just read into the record.
Yeah, before I make the motion, I'd just like to say that if you look at the evidence that's been presented, there are dozens and dozens and dozens of entries of when the kiosk took these bets. And they were on 2 games, soccer games in foreign jurisdictions that nobody ever heard of. And all of a sudden, hundreds of people went to the kiosks and banged them out within seconds of each other. So to me, there was some kind of knowledge by someone on one of these chat rooms or Instagram deals that knew that these games had already finished hours earlier. They were over, but yet the game mistakenly was left on the board for betting. So all of a sudden, they passed this information out to their other chat room friends, and everybody ran to the kiosks and tried to take advantage and basically, to me, commit a fraudulent act of gaming. But that being said, that's the background on this. So I'll make a note for the record. I don't even see Ms. Fuhrer here. And with that said, I would make a motion that we approve the hearing officer's recommendation to deny the payment and support the hearing officer's, the agent's recommendation for denial of payment.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. That motion passes, bringing us to patron dispute number 2, Madam Secretary.
The second casino patron dispute appeal item is Paul Sassoni versus Red Rock Casino Resort Spa, case number 24LV00413. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment to the respondent be affirmed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Again, because this matter resolves and involves Red Rock Casino Resort, I'm going to make the same disclosure for the record that I previously made. And so the record is complete since we are sitting in a quasi judicial role. I will read that again into the record. Regarding this patron dispute, I'd like to make a disclosure that is not required by ethics laws, but is something I want to do in keeping with full transparency. Made a similar disclosure on the previous Red Rock Resorts matter, as well as the Red Rock Resorts matter when I first got on the Game Control Board. It is public knowledge that I was an executive employee of a company majority owned by Frank Fertitta III and Lorenzo Fertitta. I left employment of that company almost 8 years ago I also had other previous business dealings with those two gentlemen. However, none of those business dealings currently exist. To be clear for the record, I was never an employee of Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos. I have no pecuniary interest in any Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos matters, and this disclosure relates to business that was in the past and not any current commitments. For the record, I do not believe this disclosure is required by law because it has nothing to do with a gift, loan, pecuniary interest to me, any commitment by me in a private capacity to the interest of another person, nor involves any representation or counseling by me within the past year. Consequently, I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by my prior dealings, and moreover, my own personal judgment is not affected. Therefore, I'll be fully participating and voting on this matter, as well as any future matters related to Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos and or their affiliated companies, unless, of course, other separate ethical considerations require disclosure and possible abstention at the appropriate time. And finally, once again, I make that statement because this is a quasi-judicial role that we sit in. I have gone through all the materials provided, all the evidence, as well as the hearing examiner's recommendation. I did not have any questions or comments or further evidence needing to be required by me. So therefore, I am prepared to move forward. But before I do, of course, I want to ask my fellow board members if they had any questions or comments regarding the hearing examiner or the evidence presented. Dr. Watkins.
I've had an opportunity to review all the materials on, and I don't have any further questions.
Judge Assad.
Yes, I too have read through the materials. It's a very straightforward matter. I have no questions or concerns.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on this patron dispute.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. This is the matter of Paul Sansone, case number 24LV00413. I would move that we recommend that do we need, is this a recommendation to the commission too? No, this is just us. Yeah, I would move that we approve the hearing officer's decision and deny that the patron be paid the sum in dispute and support the agent's recommendation of denial of the payment as well.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Bringing us to patron dispute number 3.
The third casino patron dispute appeal item is Roy Slethow versus Red Rock Casino Resort Spa, case number 24LV00413. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment to the respondent be affirmed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I've had the opportunity to review the hearing examiner's recommendation as well as review all the exhibits and information that's in the file. I did not have any questions or comments regarding the recommendation or the evidence, and therefore I'm prepared to move forward. But of course, want to hear from my fellow colleagues to see if they had any questions or concerns before we take a motion. Dr. Watkins? Did you
I
have any
actually do
questions?
need to correct the record. This is actually versus Paris, Las Vegas.
Okay, why don't you read the full name again, just to be clear?
This item is Roy Slethow versus Paris, Las Vegas. Case number 24LV00593.
Good, and that's the one I had, which is number 3 on our agenda, correct?
Correct.
Good, all right, I had the right one in front of me. Dr. Watkins, questions regarding the hearing examiner's recommendation or the evidence?
No, Chair, I've had an opportunity to review the recommendations and all of the materials. I don't have any further questions. I'm happy to proceed.
Judge Assad?
No questions.
Very good. Then I would entertain a motion regarding our third patron dispute, case number 24LV00593.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I would recommend that we support the hearing officer's decision to deny the payment in dispute to Mr. Slethow.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us to our fourth patron dispute.
The final casino patron dispute appeal item is Sean Wales versus Silverton Casino Lodge, Las Vegas, case number 23LV01272. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment to the respondent be affirmed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Again, I've had the opportunity to review very carefully the hearing examiner's proposed recommendation to the Game Control Board, as well as all the evidence presented in the matter and testimony taken. I did not have any questions or concerns. I'm prepared to move forward, but of course want to be sure that my fellow board members have the opportunity to ask questions or provide any other comments regarding the evidence if they see fit before we take a motion. Dr. Watkins?
Thank you, Chair. I've had an opportunity to review the recommendation in addition to the materials provided. I don't have any additional questions or concerns, and I'm happy to proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins. Judge Assad?
No questions.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on our number 4 patron dispute.
I would move that we approve the recommendation of the hearing officer, Augusta Massey, to deny payment to Mr. Wales.
Case number 23LV01272, correct?
That's correct.
Very good. All right, Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, and that motion passes. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to what is next on our agenda?
Next are our regulation agenda items, but if we could take a 10-minute break, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely. Good idea for the court reporter and everybody's benefit. We will be in recess until 2:25, and then we'll come back with our regulatory agenda items. Thank you. We're in recess.
Excuse me.
Ma'am? Can I help you?
I was just gonna submit these.
Okay, yeah, I'll happily take those for you. If I
Have
may.
to be separated and given one each to them.
One
Then
each?
Yeah. No, the set. The
Okay.
Set. I got it.
Yeah, we're talking in chat right now, and Jesus is on the phone. So. You're gonna present.
I never been up here. I'm on the seat.
It's low. That's.
Find his lawyers in the next few months.
All right, then. Thank you for that recess. We are back on the record. And Madam Secretary, you need to read in the first regulation.
I did not, but I will now. The first regulation agenda item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 9.020 as noted on the agenda.
Senior Deputy McGaw, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair,
Members of the board, Madam Secretary, for the record, I'm Ed McGaughan with the Nevada Attorney General's Office here today to present the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 9.020 as presented in the draft dated January 10th, 2025. And if it pleases the chair, I will briefly walk through the proposed amendments.
Please proceed.
Starting with subsection 1, the intro language is being reworded to clarify that the regulation applies to the death or disability of a person who holds an ownership interest in any licensed gaming business, which that term is defined in subsection 9 to include any business that holds a non-restricted or restricted gaming license. Moving down, the list of persons responsible for reporting the death or disability of the licensee to the board has been broken out to make it easier to follow and understand who needs to report. In paragraph A, the term heir is being added to make the list complete. In paragraph B of subsection 1, the phrase licensed establishment has been changed to licensed gaming business. This is to cover gaming licensees that don't operate a gaming establishment, such as a slot route operator. The idea is we want to cover anyone that exposes gaming to the public for play. Paragraph C in subsection 1 replaces language that referred to corporate licensees with language that refers to legal entities to make it clear that the regulation applies to all licensed legal entities, not just corporations or corporate owners. Subsection 2 sets out what is required for a spouse, next of kin, heir, personal representative, or guardian to participate in the operations or receive proceeds therefrom. The requirements include holding a license that authorizes the participation or receipt of revenue. This would be for people that are already licensed who are the surviving business operator. Obtaining administrative approval to do so or to participate or share in the revenues pursuant to NRS 463.1725, which is the administrative approval, or obtaining a temporary license to do so pursuant to the regulation. Currently, that's what the regulation allows for, the temporary licensure. It should be noted that these criteria do not change the existing requirements under the statute or regulation. They just spread them out and make them more clear. Subsection 3 sets out the timeline to submit an application for administrative approval or for temporary license, which is 90 days of one of the following. The death of the 90 days of the death of the person if probate is not required. That most likely be the situation where there's a trust. Or within 90 days of a court order transferring control or ownership in cases where probate is required, or within 90 days of the court order declaring the person disabled. One minor change to the regulation draft that must be made here is that the term board should be added before the term chair to make it clear it's referring to the board chair. Subsection 4 allows the chair of the board to extend this time period in which the applications must be submitted. Such requests must be made in writing prior to the expiration of the 90 days. And here another change to the draft must be made. As with the prior change, the word board should be added before the first and third use of the term chair in that subsection. And again, this is to clarify that the chair is the board, not the commission. Subsection 5 makes it clear that a person who has submitted an application under this regulation is not permitted to participate in the operation of the licensed gaming business or receive proceeds therefrom until their application has been granted or the board chair authorizes otherwise. Subsection 6 allows for the submission of other necessary applications to facilitate the transfer of ownership or control to be submitted at the same time the application for administrative approval or temporary licensure is submitted, provided the person submits to the board a copy of the trust or court order that grants the person the authority over the deceased person's estate or guardianship over the individual licensee. This is so the board does not accept applications that the person has no authority to submit. And I believe I was talking to Barry up north, and he said this is the current practice of the board. Subsection 7 sets out the requirements relating to the administrative approval by the board chair pursuant to NRS 463.1725. And again, another slight correction needs to be made to the draft here. As with the previous changes, the word board should be added before the use of the term chair in paragraphs A and B. The first use of the term chair in paragraphs A and B. Subsection 8 sets out the requirements relating to temporary licensures issued pursuant to this regulation. And lastly, subsection 9 provides the definition of licensed gaming business. With that, I conclude my affirmative presentation. Be happy to answer any questions board members may have.
Can I comment?
Please.
On paragraph 2, subsection C, we've got B twice.
Oh,
So we just need to change that to C.
thank you, Chief Hoffman. That would be another correction that would need to be made, is that I didn't catch that one, sorry. That under subsection 2, the third paragraph should be C, not B.
Very good. Thank you, Chief Hoffman, and thank you, Mr. McGaw. For the record, Madam Secretary, did we receive any public comments regarding this potential regulatory revision?
We did not.
All right, then let me open it up to public comment regarding this regulation in Carson City. Anyone wishing to speak pro or con regarding this potential regulatory revision? Seeing none. Las Vegas, anybody wishing to speak pro or con regarding this regulatory revision or provide comments? Seeing none. Mr. McGaw, again, thank you. Thank you for going through this. I'm extremely well versed in these specific revisions, and I thank you for codifying them. This is something that I know Mr. Chilton has been doing since the last legislative session allowed this from a statutory standpoint. And it's good that we're now making it clear. And Barry, if you don't mind, can you hear us in Carson City? And I'm not sure we can hear you. Why don't you make sure your audio works? Doesn't look like it is. That's okay. I just wanted to confirm, and I'm.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. My question for you, Mr. Chilton, I just wanted to confirm, I'm sure you've read through these proposed revisions. Does this properly equate to how you are currently and have been for some time now been processing applications under this factual scenario?
Yes, it is.
Good, good. That was my understanding. And so I'm glad that even though the regulation hasn't been formally adopted, this was the statutory approval given to us by the last legislative session. And I'm glad to see it's not slowed down the reality of the applicant services process. So thank you, Mr. Chilton.
Thank you, Chair.
I didn't have any questions, Mr. McGaw. As I said, I'm very familiar with how the process is supposed to work. And I'm really happy to see that it's all been codified now so that it'll make it easy for those who end up in this situation. What this usually equates to is where people are going through a difficult time in their life where a loved one has passed away or become incapacitated. At the same time, the Gaming Control Board is saying to them, you must get an application on file. Probably not the most important thing that they're worried about at that point in their life. So we asked the legislature to give us a little bit more leeway so that we could let them focus on what's important in their life while still maintaining a strict compliance with all of Nevada's Game Control Act and regulations. So I'm fine at these as presented. My question to you, Mr. McGaw, you made some more recent revisions. Have those been posted to the public other than the one that we just mentioned from Chief Hoffman?
The draft dated January 10th, 2025 was posted on the website. So that has been put in the public. The changes I discussed on the record today have not been put in the public, but these are just clerical small error corrections. They're
Very
not
minor.
interpreted.
And before the commission would ever vote on this, the newest one with all the revisions would be posted to the public.
Yes, a draft that says GCB approved draft would be prepared. And one thing I do want to state on the record, if the commission approves this, it would become effective upon adoption.
Yes, that's important. Thank you. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions or comments regarding the proposed revision to Regulation 9.020?
I was just going to ask, but you mentioned on the record about the statutory history. You said that it was changed in last legislative session, and that this is just kind of our follow-up, and we've been acting in accordance since it was effective by statute. And so given your, that you already put that on the record, I don't have any questions, but I would just say that I'm in support of this change because it authorizes a process by which the board chair can administratively approve of participation by spouses, heirs, next of kin when they've lost a loved one. And it provides for efficiency at a difficult time in people's lives. And I think that's important. So I'm in full support.
And the statute does also give the board the proper necessary authority over them and requires them to comply with all regulations. And so the state is protected as well. So that-
Absolutely. That's the other end of it. And thank you for pointing that out, Mr. McGough. Yeah, the state remains protected.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins. Judge Assad, questions, comments?
No questions.
All right, then anything else we need to know, Mr. McGaw, before we take a vote?
Just a general comment about 9020. One of the other goals of this was to streamline this regulation, which is very convoluted. I think it had been added to over the years, and it's to make it easier for somebody who may not have legal representation to be able to read it and understand it a little better, as well as cover, fill in the gaps of the expansion of gaming to non-corporate licensees, for example, and making sure it covers the right businesses.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a good point, Mr. McGaw. As I said, I'm very comfortable and familiar with the language, but you're correct. Anytime we go back and open up one of these regulations, we should be thinking about that, making it simple for the layperson that you don't have to be a gaming lawyer to understand what the gaming regulations say. So I appreciate that.
Over the years, I've had trouble with this regulation.
There was a lot of words that may not have said much of anything. So very glad that Mr. Chilton and his office understood what it meant over the years, but hopefully it'll make it easier for the applicant and applicant services. Thank you for that. I would entertain a motion then regarding a recommendation regarding regulation 9020.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would be happy to make that motion. I move to recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission the adoption of the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 9.020 as presented in the draft dated January 10th, 2025 to become effective upon adoption with the following changes as discussed on the record. First is the change to paragraph 2. The third B section should be C, not B. And then the term board shall be added before the term chair in the following sections. Under subsection 3, subsection 4, before the first and third use of the term chair, and subsection 6, before the first use of the term chair in paragraphs A and B.
Does that capture all your notes on those revisions, Mr. McGaw?
Yes, and I think I may have misspoken because I'm thinking paragraph B doesn't have that issue. So in subsection 7, it should just be in subsection or in paragraph A, the first use of the term chair.
I think it's only in 6.
Oh,
7 doesn't have it.
The new subsection.
New 7A.
7A has it, 7B does not. And
Also the old form.
and that's my fault. I apologize, Judge.
7. The state here?
Yeah, that's not it. It's this one.
Okay.
110.
All right. So it is paragraph 7?
7, yeah,
Okay.
paragraph A 7 under subsection 7, yeah.
All right. So we'll amend that to read that it's subsection 7 before the first use of the term chair in paragraph A only, correct?
Correct. And I again apologize for that. That was,
No problem.
I'm seeing double vision.
And then I believe you said, Mr. McGaw, to be effective upon adoption. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's part of your motion?
It was, yes.
Okay, very good then. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you, Mr. McGaw.
Thank you very much.
Please read in our next proposed regulatory revision, Madam Secretary.
The second regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 3.060 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ross.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Sebastian Ross. I'm Senior Policy Counsel with the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Today, for your consideration and possible recommendation to the Commission is a proposed repeal of Commission Regulation 3.060. The draft before you today proposes to remove a regulation that is no longer necessary in protecting the integrity and stability of the gaming industry through strict regulation. Regulation 3.060 serves as a grandfather clause for commission-approved foreign gaming projects and licenses prior to July 1st, 1977. The issue raised by the regulation is whether the commission needs a grandfather clause for foreign gaming approvals, as the legislature repealed NRS 463-690 back in 1993, a statute which formerly prohibited or otherwise limited a licensee's foreign gaming participation outside of Nevada. Foreign gaming statutes were adopted to assure the participation by gaming licensees outside of Nevada would not unfavorably impact the reputation and stability of Nevada's gaming industry. As a result, licensees were required to get NGC approval in advance. Given the legislature's repeal of statutes requiring commission approval to conduct foreign gaming, repealing this regulation would remove a provision that is no longer necessary for regulating Nevada's gaming industry. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, as well as the agents from the Corporate Compliance Unit, who I believe is available in Carson City.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. And very similar to what I just commended Mr. McGaw on, whenever we look at these regulations, always a good opportunity to update them. Or in this particular case, as the governor has asked us to do, get rid of duplicative, redundant, unnecessary regulations. And this one appears as though it's just one of those ones that never got around to being cleaned up from 1977. Correct me if I'm wrong, what he was saying is, if you have a grandfather provision prior to 77, you're okay. But then in 93, when the foreign gaming requirements were repealed, we just can go back and clean up to say anybody who was approved in 77 probably doesn't still need that approval at this point, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, good. Yeah, so thank you for clearing that up. Just not earth-shattering, but important that we don't leave unnecessary regulations just clogging up our book. To Mr. McGaw's point earlier, we want to make them as easy to read for the public as possible. And if they're reading about something in 1977, that might confuse them, because it could sure confuse me. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions regarding this potential repeal of that section?
Nothing significant or earth-shattering as you mentioned, but just to give it some general context, can you let us know what the purpose initially was of the foreign gaming statutes and regulations?
Yeah, there was just a strict policy that gaming by a Nevada gaming licensee couldn't be conducted outside of the state.
And why was that?
At the time, just because of the prohibitions on gaming, we just wanted to make sure that there were going to be no conflicts with anybody who may have had concurrent jurisdiction.
Right, and we wanted to ensure that participation outside of Nevada didn't impact our reputation.
Yeah, to make sure there wasn't, oh, excuse me, doctor, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, just to make sure there wasn't an unfavorable impact on our gaming industry here in the state.
A little bit of history on this. This is Chief Hoffman. I think if I remember right, this is about when I started, and our licensees were starting to get heavily involved in Macau. And there was a lot of things, a lot of potential trouble in Macau. So we needed the authority to look at what they were doing in that jurisdiction and not just our own jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that makes perfect sense. But then, so we began to reel back in that requirement. And why was that, Chief Hoffman or our senior policy counsel?
Involvement outside of Nevada by our licensees just grew. And what we did is we didn't give up looking at it, but because of the volume and the burden on the licensees to have to get approval for every deal they did overseas or out of, foreign from the state was too burdensome. So it switched over to a reporting requirement so that they have to tell us, and even now they have to tell us what they're doing. And then we can look at it. And if something doesn't look right, then we can go further. And I think there's something in the regs that says the board can always call them forward for approval of their activities foreign to Nevada, should the board desire to.
I think that's a good point also, Chief Hoffman. It's not that they don't have a reporting requirement. Operators still continue to have that reporting requirement. It's just that they don't have to get that approval. Is that right?
Right, they just have to report to us.
Okay. And you've had conversations, I think you mentioned, that with internally with a variety of our divisions, and what have they said about it?
They couldn't identify any licensee that still correlates with this agreement. And just by way of brief history, in NRS 463-710, we still have those reporting requirements, as the chief noted. I think those were enacted back in 93 when 690 was repealed. And in 1977, during a joint hearing at the legislature, another issue that then Chairman Pete Echevarria raised was this also raised concerns in terms of limiting gaming in Nevada with interstate commerce clause issues as well. So he also made that record back during this session.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm fully in support of this repeal. It's catching back up, cleaning up, as the chair mentioned. I think over the last couple of years, we've done a lot to, make our regulations efficient, and this carries on with that same course, and I'm happy to support this change.
And again, just for the record, I want to be extremely clear. This does not change any reporting requirements currently required by any statute or regulation. It would have only changed something if you were grandfathered in 77 and we're still using that grandfather, which to our research just isn't happening. That was a long time ago. Anybody operating under a grandfather that said you don't have to do something would have been repealed in 93 anyway, correct?
Correct. And just so the record's clear, before the amendment in 77, 3060, the foreign gaming reg, it also prohibited or otherwise limited gaming outside of the jurisdiction of Nevada.
Yeah. But there is still licensee requirements regarding foreign game reporting, as Chief Hoffman mentioned. This does not touch on those at all.
Correct.
Yeah. Judge Assad, questions, comments?
No, it's all been covered very well. Thank you. No questions.
All right, for the record, Madam Secretary, did we receive any comments from the public regarding this proposed regulatory revision?
We did not.
Anybody in Carson City wishing to make comment regarding this specific proposed regulatory revision? Seeing none, and Mr. Chilton doesn't want to add anything else. He's very satisfied with it. Anybody in Las Vegas wishing to make comment regarding this proposed regulatory revision? Seeing none then, I did not have any further comments. Again, thank you, Mr. Ross, for bringing this to our attention and continuing to make our regs as easy to understand and as tight as possible. I would entertain a motion then on this proposed regulatory revision. Judge?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I move to recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission the repeal of Regulation 3.060 under Regulation 3 of the Foreign Gaming Licensing Qualifications section.
Is that properly stated, Mr. Ross?
I believe so.
Very good. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, that brings us to, I think, our final item. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go ahead and read that into the record.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon by the board, but we, of course, are welcome to hear comments from the public as well as comments from my fellow board members during this public comment section. Let's start in Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, let's go here to Las Vegas. Good afternoon. Please state your name, spell your name for the record, and then proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Margaret Coleman, Coleman, Margaret, Margaret. I reside at 1316 Wizard. When I get back with the legal matter of correction by the Board of Commissioners, as well as yourself, and also the constable's office that have broke the law of in contempt of court of my court order in which I gave you information. Did you view it? I hope you did. It's concerning what I'm talking about, A204, my court order that I won in 1982 in order to receive this money that I spoke to you on the first comment section that the Board of Commissioners and them was supposed to render back to me of $3 million and $8 million. That was instructed for Bill Young to give me the $8 million. He built a substation. The $3 million was for my workman's compensation. Instead of them giving it to me and mailing it as they were supposed to in the beginning, as you said, should have never went into default, because it has 14 days in order to get to me and 61 days in order to get to me after a 2-year statute of limitation after winning this decision in the court of the law. If you look at my court order, you can see it states that I'm to receive all lump sum credit and due rendered into my favor. And this happened in 1982. Now, this is an overview of concerning my judgment and upon collection. This is what I'm needing to go forward today. 43 years, I have been fighting this battle of salary and wages upon collection. I have rendered the favor of trying to establish the Board of Commissioners and them to place myself on a seat with Weekly when he was mayor. I ran for mayor in 2015 against Carolyn. I won 50%, but I had to rotate back and declining myself due to the fact Clinton's wife took my $2,800 of my contribution in order to show my pictures across the state in order to be rendering the vote. Now, this gentleman, I wanted to bring to you so you won't be in default of giving your wrong decision up on this gentleman that's in my house that threw me into the streets as a homeless victim at the courtyard. Every day I've been sleeping on that floor. It is a disgrace. We're creating problems there. I've been up on public comments concerning homelessness, and the Board of Commissioners in them is in default of making me homelessness, using this gentleman that you chose to be a police officer. And he said his name, Matt something, McTooley, that I had a court order, insurance policy that upon collection, and he re-entered into my home upon me to go in to show the jester that was supposed to meet me there, Hal Holman, if he was involved on State Farm. But he calls this action
Thank
a
you, Ms.
violation
Coleman.
for me to be put
That's-
into jail.
That's the 3-minute
No
time
charge.
period. That's the 3-minute time period. I do want to thank you for being here. You sat through our entire meeting, and I appreciate that. I do also want to encourage you to talk to county services. You've mentioned a workers' comp claim. You've mentioned some claims about county commissioners. We're the State Gaming Control Board, so I don't believe there's anything we can help you with, but it does sound like you need some help from different agencies. So I would encourage you to talk to the county or the proper authorities who can help you, and I do wish you the best. I do wish you the best. Understand. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. We do wish you the best. Is there anyone here in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment?
Chair, I'd like to make public
Please,
comment if that
Dr.
includes
Watkins.
me.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Dr. Watkins.
I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting that this would be my last meeting. It's certainly been an enjoyable meeting. And I thanked a lot of people during the meeting. And the problem with thanking people personally is that you always leave people out. So I just wanted to go back and tell those people that I forgot to thank to charge it to the head and not to the heart. And that I wanted to in particular say thank you to the woman that's been sitting to the right of me for 4 years, Executive Secretary Rupert, well, 2 years. How long has it been? 2.5. Okay. And so thank you for always having us prepared and being able to turn to you and look at you, and you know exactly what the look means. And you answer my question without me even having to ask. So I appreciate that. Thank you to our Senior Policy Council. Very grateful to have you with us over the course of this last year or so. You've been an extreme help providing much needed insight in legislative history. I also want to say thank you to my assistant, my administrative assistant, to the other board members, administrative assistants who stepped in often when my administrative assistant were out. The chair's current executive assistant, Claudia, was previously my assistant, and she's amazing, and she does everything and helps out where she can. And I am so thankful and so grateful to all of the staff, to all of the agents, to the senior agents, the special agents, to everyone. And if I am leaving anyone out, then again, my apologies. But I, for one, think it's very important to give personalized thank yous. And so I wanted to make sure I did that instead of just giving out a general thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair.
Absolutely. And again, Dr. Watkins, bittersweet for me, and I'm sure everybody at the board to see you go, but want to say to you, best wishes to you and your family in the future. And we know this won't be the last time. So it's not goodbye. It's just see you soon.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Judge, anything else?
No, I've already thanked her for her presence, her help, and her good advice over the last 2 years. I just wish you Godspeed and good luck.
Thank you.
God bless you.
And Dr. Watkins, I will give you the last word and you can adjourn the meeting.
Well, that is first, I appreciate the opportunity. I just want to say I leave this place fulfilled, humbled, and grateful. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.